Hi. Hey. Um, this is a list. That was my music. That was the audio library on YouTube. Not my personal music I created. I have created music, of course, and I used to say "and when I was younger. And I learned that when you really study your lines or monologue or speech that you're giving, and you memorize it again and again, and get really good at saying it, you don't say "and." Okay, this is a list of all Christian celebrities. I'm planning this video to be the most thorough list of Christian celebrities there is. This is going to be the most thorough Christian celebrity list. When you look up in the top right of the screen, it says today is Tuesday, April 22nd, April 27th, 2021. This is April 2021. This is going to be like the most thorough list of Christian celebrities there is. And I'm going to start, drink a little coffee first. I'm going to start by writing out some of the ones who I'm aware of. I'm going to start by writing a list of some of the. Whoa! Throw his face down out of the way. We don't want to see his face. Make it really small. You can't tell what he looks like. He's getting smaller and getting smaller. He's getting really little tiny and small. He's little person down here. He's really, he's little man. He's little high pitched talking man down here. What happened to me? I thought it was stuck that way. Those are the kinds of beliefs that are not going to happen ever unless that's a part of your personal, not you personally, but part of someone's personal fear who ends up living in meanness and unrighteousness, and then they're taken down to hell, and those fears become reality at the hands of demons and the devil, who are these horribly brilliant beings who were once angels who use meanness to get more power. Now they're stuck down in hell trying to be as mean as they possibly can as their only way to keep living. And eventually they all get thrown in the lake of fire to burn for all eternity for what they did. They had eternal life in heaven with no sin, kindness to others. And instead they choose to try to get more. They try to get more than they already had by meanness. And that meanness came back to hurt all of them. And now, whoever they trick into that way of life or lead into temptation, not me. Not me. They all get brought down to hell. The demons and the devil torture them for a while, thousands of years, millions of years, and then they're all thrown in the lake of fire where they burn for all eternity. For all eternity. There's no end to their suffering. As far as we know in the Bible, millions, billions of years, every moment horrible. Every moment horrible for them. In unimaginable ways. It was shown to me one time. Hell was shown to me rising from the surface, and I could see these really mean things, really, really bad things that you do not see, on Earth. Most people are unaware of how horrible it is. This hyper fast level of meanness and suffering that they do to people to hurt them because they hate human beings. Demons and the devil hate human beings. And a human will always look like a human. After we die, we'll still resemble a human being. It'll be our soul that resembles a human being. And in heaven, we'll look like we do now. Pretty much like we do now. Maybe a little older. Mostly the way we look now. or we may have less physical suffering type of problems. We may look like, but we may look like we do on earth. There's no sin in heaven. Physical beauty is not what it's all about. So we're going to do a list of celebrities who are Christian. And I'm going to start by putting my face down here. I'll just play some music. Woo! I'm going to make a list right now of the ones I already know who are Christian. Justin Bieber. In my opinion, perhaps one of the best role models besides his tattoos. We all sin. We can't help but to sin. We're human. We sin. He's a real Christian. He's a real Christian. I don't know how he got all those. I don't know how he got that money, all that money and all that earthly stuff. But he's a pretty good person, I think. But you know, he has a lot of tattoos, and I think he doesn't sin as much. He's planning on staying with his wife. He met this young woman who's like the daughter of this 80s and 90s Baldwin Brothers star who was like in a movie with Pauly Shore and stuff. The blonde-haired Baldwin guy, I think it's his daughter. And that Baldwin brother guy is a Christian too. And his net worth went down pretty far, and then he got money back again. But they have like that Baldwin Brothers guy, he went down to like only a few $100,000 after he was a big star, because I think he was like really into Christianity in his church, and he didn't care about all that big money anymore because he figured out what was really important. God and Jesus, following God and Jesus. But Justin Bieber has tons of money, and the woman he married had, I think, money too, but not that much. Justin Bieber. I may have spelled his name wrong. I don't know exactly how it's spelled. We'll look into it. Justin Bieber. Kirk Cameron. You know, we can't judge these people just because they're Christian. Does not mean that they'll get into heaven, but they're way more likely to get into heaven. Kirk Cameron, Chris Pratt. These are celebrities who are Christian. MC Hammer. A really rich one who happens to be a minority, Kanye West, who just found God and Jesus about the same time I did in 2019. MC Hammer, though, you know, you can't judge these people. Oh, Mr. T. Mr. T. Who else? Put Kanye West up here. It's so weird. I don't know. I'll put MC Hammer. I think MC Hammer's a more kind person. He almost lost all of his net worth. He knew it wasn't as important to earthly things. It's about kindness to others and not sinning, not hurting others, and not worrying about earthly things like how much big money and your appearance and stuff, all these different things. Some people are allowed to get those things. Some people are allowed to get better looks on their face and body. Some people are allowed to have more money, and we're not supposed to covet those things, because some get into heaven no matter how poor they are, no matter how ugly they are, no matter how old we get. We're not supposed to covet what others have. Anyway, I know there are more Christian celebrities, a lot more, and we're going to look at them all. We're going to find who they are. I'm making a list. Justin Bieber, MC Hammer, Kirk Cameron, Chris Pratt, Mr. T. Oh, Donald Trump. in no particular order other than I think Justin Bieber's kind of cool and good. And his wife. Oh, Stephen Baldwin. Her name. Females who are Christian. This is the ones that I know of just thinking about them. And I'm gonna add to the list. Let me turn this music off. Can you see this list I made? Whoop. No. Yeah. No. I don't know. Yeah. No. I don't know. Okay. These are celebrities. Celebrity Christians. Justin Bieber, Stephen Baldwin, Justin Bieber's wife, MC Hammer, Joel Osteen. Now, these are the kinds of people who have a lot of earthly things. Some of them do not have as much. Like, I think MC Hammer's net worth went down a little bit, but I'm not sure. He may still have millions or whatever, you know. Mr. T, I think his net worth went way down for a while. He at one time had like hundreds of millions of dollars or something like that. And he's a really Christian, kind, I believe he's a kind person. He's a Christian. These are the ones I know. Kanye West just found. He just found God and Jesus about the same time I did, around same time I did, around more than ever. I was raised on God and Jesus. I think his family got him more into it. You can't judge them because they may get into heaven, but they may not. They have a much more likely chance because they can see the reality of what everything's about as shown to us in the New Testament and some of the Bible, some of the Old Testament, the Bible. It makes the truth about everything, God's truth, easy to understand. There's proof of creationism. There's proof of creationism that puts any man-made kind of wrongful ideas like evolution, which are based on not that smart science, a mere man trying to prove that men know more than God, who created everything. God created everything. We can't come close to that. We cannot genetically manipulate ourselves to live beyond the life expectancy that we've fallen into at this time for the past few hundreds of years. Maybe it's possible a little bit. Before that, when Adam and Eve lived, they had eternal life in heaven, in Eden, and eternal life forever on earth, in paradise, with all these different plants. It was perfect temperature, I guess, because it was of God. It's God's temperature, and things that are of God are not perfect. Humans are flawed. We sin. We are not perfect. Human beings are not perfect. We sin now because the devil messed it all up for us. He got Adam and Eve to eat from the wrong tree that God told them not to eat from, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And once they were aware of sin, which they had no idea about before, by eating from that, they couldn't help but to sin. So then they had to cover up their private parts because it was something bad instead of something innocent that never would have done anything bad to anyone, even in a selfish way, and maybe not even in a sexual way. So then they had to cover up their bodies, and their bodies then aged and got sick and died, would wither and die. All humans would die once the devil messed us up by showing us that garbage. You don't want to know about much sin. You don't want to know about ways to sin. Try to stay innocent, and it's better to be simple rather than learn about all those horrible, bad ways of being. Don't take an interest in bad stuff. The occult is bad. That's one way that when people continue trying to use that nonsense belief, in actuality it's nonsense, but the devil tries to empower human beings with their belief in these random things. Could be like, this marker, this has the power of a wand or something, which it could be innocent, not mean anything, not the occult. Like when my kids had a Harry Potter wand, there was no meaning behind it. There was no, like, they weren't trying to use it to hurt anybody. They're just, it was like a Harry Potter wand. But the devil can try to empower people with the wrong beliefs, like beliefs that they make up how to live that are not Christian. Like saying, oh, I guess we get reincarnated. We can act however they think that they can act. Some people think they can act however they feel on earth, and there are no consequences for it, and they'll just get reincarnated and get to live another life. Maybe they'll be kind in that one, but for now they want to keep doing what feels good to them and makes them the most money, or they make up these beliefs. People make up nonsense beliefs to live by, that they think allows them to feel. Anyway, these are Christians who have a way better chance at getting into heaven because they are aware of the truth. They're aware of God's truth. However, there's some Christians who can sin pretty bad. We all sin, but this does not guarantee they'll get into heaven. But they likely have a better chance. However, with all that money and all those earthly things, I can't judge them. I don't know. There's a chance. There are people who are rich who get into heaven. It's difficult. It's not as often. There are people, it's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a tiny little needle. A huge camel, easier for him to go through the eye of a needle than a rich man to get into heaven. That's how difficult it really is. And my dad has done a pretty good job of making more money than most people, because it has to be like just right. It's so difficult. Like when I was going out there to work for him at this big level, which had to be good. It had to be good. And it was like, gosh, it was so hard to get just right. It was a lot of responsibility. It was not easy. And I did that for a while, and then I think he's a good person, and I think he deserves his money because he works really hard at it. But I don't know. I can't judge that. God will judge him. God will judge us when we die. We can't judge another person. And there are some people who don't believe in some people who don't believe in God and Jesus who get into heaven, and it's more unlikely, way more unlikely, but it's possible. But it's like, the fact and the reality is that the reality of everything is how it's shown to us in the Bible when you really understand it and really know what it says. Especially in the New Testament, which Jesus had to be sent to earth by his Father to suffer worse than most humans to show us the truth, because some of the Old Testament had gotten kind of wrong and bad, and it said it was okay to hurt others sometimes, and it showed God as someone who was kind of more mean and vengeful, and that's not how God is. And a lot of that was wrong because it was written by mere men. Jesus came to earth and had such an influence on these other human lives that the New Testament is really good. New Testament is really good. It shows, kindness to others, not sinning as much, not being as selfish, not using meanness towards anyone. It's never okay to be mean to anyone. These are celebrity Christians. Oh, maybe my son Ivan. I don't know if he's considered a celebrity. He's not like those big A-listers, but he his mom has a, you know, and maybe somehow, hopefully, maybe one day my kids will be celebrities. You know, actual celebrities like these people who were in the top 10 celebrities at one time, or may still be, you know, like Trump. And that's not what's most important, but let's look at some of this stuff. Christian celebrities. Um, I can't listen to that. And I don't really listen to Justin Bieber's music as much. I'm not quite aware of what it sounds like. But it may be good. And I'm going to start looking into some of their music, like Kanye West, who surprisingly enough just found God and Jesus more than ever. And instead of those nonsense random beliefs that he had, like so many people do, and some of it was good, he now believes in God and Jesus. His new album he came out with, I think a couple years ago after finding God and Jesus, is called Jesus is King. Jesus is King. Kanye West, that's what his album is called. And something happened where he figured out from this Kardashian people how to make tons of money or something. And he supposedly has billions of dollars, but that does not go along with Christianity per se. That's more unlikely as a Christian to make that type of money. But it may be possible. I don't know. Those billions of dollars, come on. And he just got a divorce, but I don't know. I can't judge them. God will judge them. God will judge those people. Chris Pratt, who he sinned. His first wife, maybe he's a good role model. You know, maybe he's a good role model. His first wife had already been married. So according to the Bible, she was committing adultery by being with him. So maybe he didn't want that, and maybe we don't know his personal life, and he instead married Arnold Schwarzenegger. He got a divorce and married Arnold Schwarzenegger's daughter, who I think had never been married. And we don't know if his wife committed adultery on him, or not. So maybe he was more Christian than we think. Maybe he's less Christian than we think. We don't know. God will judge him. But I think, it's pretty amazing that Chris Pratt, I think, may be a good role model, but I don't know. I don't know. God and Jesus, these are potential false idols. Even though they're Christian, any celebrity that someone looks up to instead of God and Jesus, when they look up to some celebrity who they want to look like him and be in shape or be cool like those people, those are false idols. And it's talked about in the Bible, and I don't aspire to any of that. However, I'm good at screenwriting, filmmaking, operating a camera, a little bit, directing, directing actors. I know a lot about acting, um, post production that I can do all myself. Sound design, I'm really good at. um, all these different jobs in film production, music, writing lyrics to songs. I'm really good at that when I actually sit down and write it, and um, writing actual music and playing it, playing drums, all kinds of stuff in music, all kinds of stuff in film. And more than that, I'm a Christian. I believe in God and Jesus. And I know my work in film was God's work on faith and blind faith alone. Blind faith alone, when I did not have the proper understanding in reality of what everything's about, as shown to us in the New Testament. But I was raised a Christian believing in God and Jesus. I was raised a Christian, a good person, and I had faith in God and Jesus, but I didn't quite read all these different things and understand what a lot of it was about. I would look at a Bible when I was younger and be like, well, I understand. But my parents raised me on a lot of it, all the prayers. My parents were very good, kind people, and still are. They raised me on God and Jesus. They raised me on, the Our Father prayer. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Let's think about that. That could be a prophecy that Jesus wrote. Thy kingdom come, that will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Maybe in some ways there's a prophecy that things will no longer exist as we know it, and God will be the only one living one day. But I think maybe God will no longer live one day, but I'm not sure. But it says forever. This is forever. Your soul's forever. It is so long that the closest way to describe it is forever. There's no reason to mess up your entire soul. There are so many prophecies in the Bible and the New Testament especially, and mostly the New Testament. And I'm not as much of an expert. I'm just a regular sinning man. I'm a regular sinning man. But this is like so interesting. Well, and not just interesting, it's so horrible. This is the truth about how everything is. And it's really forever. Our souls are forever. We're going to be in heaven or hell. And either way, we'll be so aware, apparently, I think, when we die. But that's not from the Bible. Those are from the testimonies that people have talked about, for lack of a better word, when they've had near-death experiences. That's something else. That cannot be really verified as truth. But this is the truth. The Bible's the truth. However, when you hear people talking about what happened after they die, the devil can distort some of that. So you got to have a lot of faith and really know what to look for. And it's shown to us how to be in this. And I was raised on God and Jesus to be a good person. So I didn't quite understand. I got the basic idea, but then I was led kind of astray and misled in my 20s a little, and I sinned a little bit too much. And also a little in my teens, there's something I did. I stole stuff. It was horrible. I didn't know stealing is bad. You're not supposed to ever steal anything. That's a sin. Someone had stole a bunch of my stuff, like $1,000 worth of my stuff when I was a teenager, after I'd worked at Papa John's Pizza to get this really expensive stereo system, and I had all this like stuff in the back of it, like of the speaker box hidden in there. That was my own stuff that I worked hard for at Papa John's Pizza for 2 months. It was so difficult to work there. And they stole all of it. They came to my house and stole it. And it was so awful, and I tried to I quit the job and I stole stuff, and I thought whoever's stuff I steal, the insurance will pay for it, and they're so rich it won't matter. And then I got in trouble for it all, and it really like made me insecure about my face. And I only got some community service, like 75 hours of community service. I had to clean up this pool. I had to clean up this. I had to clean up this pool, and I was still pretty good looking. I was way better looking than I knew. There were people who looked up to me, and then something happened, and it all came back to me, and like God really made me go through this difficulty when I was just a teenager, and I went through an ugly phase, and it was terrible. It was horrible, and finally I went to LA right when I got my braces off, and like everything was okay, and that's where a few years after that, it kind of sucked there too for a while. When I first went there, I thought it was so fun and amazing. It was the best place ever. And then when I went back to move back to that after the summer program I went to, it was like so alone. It wasn't that great, but it was okay. And then I met Danica, met my wife there, and everything was good. And that gave me the confidence, I think, with my appearance more. I didn't have that much confidence in my appearance. I was like younger. And that was one time I sinned a lot when I was a teenager, when I stole things. How horrible. It came back to hurt my body and my appearance. I thought it looked ugly or something. And then when I was in my 20s, I really started to sin more in my thoughts. It was awful. And I did it one more time. There were 3 times when I sinned pretty bad. And along the way, I must have sinned in other ways like we all do. And it came back to hurt me pretty bad. Like it gave me depression for years. Like all that meanness I tried to do to others and pretend I didn't say anything wrong. And, like I followed the law really well, and it was very selfish about it. But the law is good. The law is good generally, but not like the real law, which is the Bible. This is the real law. This is really good. You have to really understand it. If you don't really quite understand it, it can be kind of crazy. That's what's really crazy. The people who do not quite understand what this is really all about. They're living according to these random nonsense beliefs and ways of doing things. They literally don't care what happens to their eternal soul. They pretend that there's no eternal soul that lasts forever, and to get some stupid money on earth and things that they think feel good to them, and given into temptation and sin, and things that they think are so important which have no value at all, like some big money, like this countertop, this desk, or a countertop. Does it matter if it's worth $100 or $300 or $30,000? Do you have to have that $40,000 countertop and a big expensive, all this expensive stuff in your house that doesn't matter? No, it has no value to God. It has no value to God. All the money on earth, in the heavens and on earth, to God, for what's really important to God, amount to this much, a tiny speck of dust. Tiny speck of dust. Now, when you understand the Bible and you read it, you understand a man has to work. A man is supposed to work to pay for his food, and nowadays shelter and stuff, because it's, we need shelter too, and basic things like that we prefer. That you could live in a warm climate and just pay for your food with work, but you at least have to do that in the Bible. Work to pay for your food, because the devil messed it up for us and made a man have to work. Before that, the man and woman never had to work, and children shouldn't have to work at all. That's not in the Bible. It's for a man to work. But it's all talked about in here in the Bible. It tells us how to really be. how to really be. And we can't help but to sin, but it's all talked about in here. There's proof for all of it, and I can't help but to sin. These people happen to be celebrities. These could be false idols. These could be false idols, but they're celebrities. Some may get into heaven, some may not, or a lot of them may get into heaven for all we know, but they're celebrities. And this video happens to be about Christian celebrities. It's a list of Christian celebrities. So, you know, it's not the best to aspire to be a celebrity in particular. You know, there are more important things: God, Jesus, kindness to others, your loved ones you have in reality every day. They're very important to be kind to. God may want people to do God's work in a way that they're allowed to do it in their screenwriting or their film production, or as an actor, like Kirk Cameron as an actor. You know, Joel Osteen, I can't judge him, but it's sometimes, I don't know. He's a Christian, but he has so much money. He has almost all the earthly things someone could want. And in the Bible, it says that those are not the things that we're supposed to aspire to on earth, those earthly things. But he has all of it. And he may get into heaven anyway. And we're not supposed to covet that he has a $300,000 Ferrari or $1 million car like some of these rich people have. Joel Osteen, he has a young face. You know, he might be in his 40s or 30s or 50s, but he has like no body fat right here. He has low body fat on his body. He has physical health. He has good looks. He has a wife who looks like some kind of a supermodel or something who I don't want. I don't covet somebody else's wife. I've never been interested personally in other people's wives. You know, it's just something that doesn't interest me because I know it's a sin, and it's just, he has a really attractive young looking wife with like blonde hair and just looks good. And he has really expensive houses. He has a job where he gets to go out and have like 80,000 people to talk to, all thinking that he is such a good person. You know, he has it really good on earth. And those earthly things are not what's important. When Jesus was on earth, but it's possible to get into heaven having those earthly things. It may not be bad how people were so good at anyway, it may be bad, but I don't know. Joel Osteen, you know, very wealthy, but he may be a good person on his way to heaven. He is really kind of motivational sometimes and good. He's a kind person, I think. But you don't know how he sins. And he might go into, come on, give me. He might take like a swig, a bunch of whiskey, cut it over here, come on. And like, he may, you know, Joel Osteen. But we don't know what he's we don't know what he's really like, but he may be good or not. But then I think, gosh, he is, you know, but he may get into heaven. I don't know. And in the Bible, there are rich men, sometimes kings, who own huge kingdoms, who are so kind and godly they almost had no sin, and somehow they were able to make all that kinds of big money on earth. And there was one guy in the Bible who was a king or something like that. He had all these kingdoms or whatever it was, this business with these people working for him. And the devil saw that he had it so good on earth with all the money, and he messed it up for him. He hurt his body to see if he'd sin finally. And he did all this stuff to hurt his body. And he wanted to see, he had like red boils all over him and all this stuff. And he was like, and he wanted to see if he'd sin, then he would sin, to make sure he kept, feeling good on earth or not having any problems. And the devil can do that to people. And it's pretty scary. So believe in God and Jesus, and it'll be okay. Ask God for it to be okay. When it's really bad, because it gets really bad for all of us, ask God and Jesus for it to be okay. But it may just be difficult stuff that we all have to go through. It says somewhere else in the Bible that we suffer for a while. We'll have to suffer for a while, and then it'll get okay again. So that's pretty good. That it gets okay again. It's not going to be horrible for long usually, but for those people who keep being mean about it to try to make it good by meanness, I can't do that. Those people end up being in hell for all eternity because they made a habit their entire life of that meanness. They did not do God's work on earth. They did not do things that are pleasing to God, which I prefer to not say pleasing to God, because it sounds like a selfish pleasing thing to it. The devil's body, the devil who does things that feel good to his body, that's how he lives. That's how he is selfish. He serves himself. It's pretty horrible. And the purpose is to be kind to others, not to be too selfish. And as an amazing part of Christianity, do unto others as you would do unto yourself. So it's okay to be kind to yourself sometimes, but that's not what the whole thing's about. It's also about not sinning as much. Even when you're not around people in your real life, there are things like repenting, feeling really regretful and sorry for the things without saying you're sorry, but feeling so bad for the sin that you did on earth and really feeling bad for it and not getting to feel as happy. And I did that for years. For years, it was so horrible. I felt so bad for the sin I had done. And I don't know how I lived, because I had sinned pretty bad. And if you want to have a chance to get into heaven and you are like really bad with sin, God may have you go through some difficulty or not. You may have to repent. Repenting is good, feeling sorry for the bad that you did and not doing that again. Or there may be, I can't judge everyone, but I can't judge anyone. I can't judge anyone in actuality. I cannot judge anyone. God is the only one who judges us when we die. When we die, God will judge us. All these people on this list, Justin Bieber, Stephen Baldwin, whoever Justin Bieber's wife is. I gotta add some women to this list because this is just the ones I happen to think of right now who are Christian. Mel Gibson, I don't know. He was pretty mean about the anti-Semitic ways and stuff, but his good friend is Danny Glover. His good friend is Whoopi Goldberg. She's Jewish. He may have messed up in one message when he was drunk and to those police, because but he's a Christian, and he pretty much, he suffered for it a lot. I believe there were years when he thought he'd maybe never work again in Hollywood, or just having people look at him. So he had plenty of money. He was from a family of rich Southerners in the U.S. And they went back to Australia. They went to Australia later. I believe Australia, that place around there, New Zealand, Australia. I think it's Australia. And his family before that were pretty rich in the South, and so, you know, all the major studios are headed by Jews, apparently. But that's from an article that a Jewish person himself wrote, trying to pretend, really what he was trying to say is that that's how it is, that everyone in Hollywood's Jewish and you have to be Jewish to get good things. But he was saying it in a way to try to get people to be angry that who are Gentiles, and act like they had no chance to make it there and make him, but the reality of the article that he was writing was all to benefit himself and all of pretend that everyone in Hollywood was Jews. So that may not be true. So I think he made that up. He was like a writer for some Hollywood magazine. I could look it up, but you can look it up. It's like a Hollywood Reporter or something like that. You look up, it'll show right up when you look it up. Jews are all Hollywood people Jews. Probably one of the first articles that shows up, because it was a little while ago. Anyway, they're not. You look them up and they're not. A lot of them are Christian. A lot of them are Christian. A lot of them are Christian. Mr. T. Now, when you watch The Passion of the Christ, is that really a Jesus-like? Is that really a Christian, Jesus-like, godly movie that is kind to others? That is nowhere near the significance, importance, relevance of the Bible, of God and Jesus, of God and Jesus. That's something to aspire to, not some movie with some sinning person who was posing as Jesus, who may be good, may be bad, pretty much how most movies are. The same as any random person in a town who you talk to, who may be a believer, non-believer or not. We don't know which ones, who are getting into heaven. We don't know who are getting into heaven, but I believe when you're Christian, and there are many verses in the Bible that show we have a better chance of getting into heaven when we believe in God and Jesus and live how He wants us to be on earth, because it shows us how to be in the New Testament. In the New Testament. Like, here's the New Testament. It's later in this book. Like Luke. The Gospel according to Luke. And I have books on it that show. I'll put once this video is up for like a few days or whatever, a few hours, I'll put a link in the description and or probably at the end of the video to videos that I made of reading the Bible and explaining it and explaining what every little verse means, so you know what it really says. So it's not like trying to read it on your own, which some people pick it right up and they can see what it really says and they can understand it. And be aware that the Old Testament, some of it's wrong. Some of it's just wrong. And that's why God had to send His Son Jesus to earth, because those prophets that wrote the Old Testament were mere men. And some people were interpreting it wrong, and some of it started being wrong, and people had not quite the right idea of how to be. So he had to send, and also there are other reasons why Jesus got sent to earth to be our Lord and Savior, to save us. So, because even though we sinned on earth, you know, he had to forgive some of our sins. He had to forgive some of our sins so we'd still have a chance to get into heaven, even though the devil introduced us to sin all those years ago with Adam and Eve and messed us up to where we can't help but to sin a little bit. He wanted those sins to be forgiven in some way for those who are ready to get into heaven, who don't make a habit out of sin, who know how to really be on earth, and who don't sin in bad ways. Has shown, they know how to really be, as shown to us in the New Testament. So then those people know how to be kind to others, how to not be mean and against God, how to be kind to others, and they have a chance to get into heaven way more when they are aware of Jesus and God and what Jesus believes in, and they love Jesus, and they realize Jesus was not against Jews. He was not against Jews. Jesus knew that some Jews were more likely to get into heaven than Gentiles or non-believers. And, back then they were called non-believers. But some of those Jewish people got into heaven. They were all waiting down in hell, in Gehenna, until Jesus got to earth, and then eventually had to go down to hell when he died to make sure they're okay. He's Jesus. He'd always be okay in hell. He's God's son. He does not sin. He never sinned, even as a man. It must have been really difficult because he was a man. He didn't sin as a man. And he suffered as a poor person on earth. And he went down to hell to all these people who are in a purgatory-like place waiting to be judged. He got God to judge them, and they either went to heaven, or some of them went to the really bad hell, and many of them went into heaven. Some of them Jews. And it's more likely when you don't believe in God, and when some people don't believe in God and Jesus. Maybe the only way those people can get into heaven is by suffering a lot, by being righteous, as shown in the Old Testament, and some other religions who believe in the Old Testament have to be righteous, kind of last in line sometimes, not have a lot of money and earthly things on earth, suffer, have it difficult, and still be kind, still not sin as much, have faith in God without that knowledge of how to really be. Still being righteous, doing what's right. Doesn't mean right wing necessarily. It's righteous, right? It's shown to us in the New Testament, the Old Testament. There are people in the Middle East who get into heaven. I don't know that much of a difference between anyone. I prefer to live in America because it's kind of the stuff that I liked growing up, the music and cool stuff like that. And but in the Middle East, it might, they're very godly places, and it might be kind of fun to go there. It's warm there. I wouldn't want to go around the really bad terrorists. They're actually bad people who train with weapons to shoot and kill and hurt others, intentionally hurt others, is what they think is okay in their religion. They think it is okay to intentionally hurt others sometimes. It's pretty bad. It's close to some of the really bad people and stuff, like the actual jihadists. I can't imagine how any of them would get into heaven, but I don't want to think about it. But like, there's Middle Eastern people who are Christian, who are very, there are a lot of Middle Eastern people who are Christian, and I like that. Doesn't matter where they live to me, really, but I kind of prefer America because I was raised here, and I try to stay out of politics in a big way because I'm so kind politically. I don't know if it'd be a reality to have that much power at like a really kind level. It'd be so difficult to do, like getting it just right to get through the eye of a needle as someone that powerful and rich. That's not something I want to have to do. I'd rather not have it be that hard, that difficult. It's like not really worth it to me to have, if it happens to, if I happen to say, like, I happen to make more money, or my films get noticed more, the purpose for me is to pay my bills at it and to pay for Danica and my kids, if she wants me to face is man. Look like Johnny Cash, like on all types of cocaine and stuff, making weird faces and stuff. When he was young, Johnny Cash, Johnny Cash might be a Christian. When he was young, this is what this is what Johnny Cash looked like when he was young. No, that's me. But he would look like this. He'd like every little moment he was like so high on stuff and trying to be this cool person. He was like so famous, and he was like he was like a young Johnny Cash. He was like, gosh, but he sinned more. There was like some of the country people who he hung out with, who like Jerry Lee Lewis, they called him some name that had to do something with hell. Then he named himself. I don't know if he'd get into heaven or not. That's a sin. And it may be forgiven. It may be enough for him to get into heaven. Johnny Cash may be a Christian. Look him. Oh. Johnny Cash. Let's look up Johnny Cash. I'm pretty sure he was, by the time he died, I'm pretty sure he got into heaven. From what I watched of how he lived his life, he was pretty good. By the time I saw an interview of him later in life, and he was both a God-fearing. Where did this come from? In lowercase, they made God lowercase, like a false god. And you want to find a good source of stuff. Anyway, I'll read what it says. He embraced tradition, and yet he freedom. He was a God-fearing Christian and rebellious outlaw. Was he an outlaw because he did drugs? He shouldn't have done the drugs. I don't know what that's about. But did he die a Christian? He suffered a lot when he was older, and he was kind. He kept being kind, and he was more calm when he was older because he wasn't on all those drugs. Maybe, some people just have anxiety when they're younger. Like I had. Johnny Cash. Jesus. Found Jesus. The day God saved Johnny Cash. I think he believed in God and Jesus. You know, I know he's on the list. He's a Christian. I know he's a Christian. Johnny Cash. Oh. Joel Osteen. Joel Osteen. Joel Osteen. Yeah, I've got a $400,000 Ferrari. I have a young wife. I'm not gay on myself because it's wrong. Maybe he might get into heaven. I don't know. I can't judge these people. But they have a more, well, for all those earthly things and the money and the fame and all that stuff they got to enjoy and feel and experience on earth, generally God does not want us to get to find happiness in those things that have such little significance in God's eyes. But it's possible to get into heaven and still have gotten to have all those things and look good and young and have all that money and it's possible to have that stuff on earth. You're not supposed to covet what other people have that you don't, I guess. And I don't. You know, I don't want to aspire to be some even a Stephen Baldwin who has like, he's down to like what, $200,000 net worth, and you know, now he might have millions of dollars. He had really made his life about Christianity and God and Jesus. He was a big part of his church. I think he became a pastor or something like that. Stephen Baldwin. And his daughter married Justin Bieber. Friends with Justin Bieber. And the guy who runs Hillsong Worship, but he's not really a Hillsong Worship is this big kind of rich church where Justin Bieber was a big part of, but now he's left, and I think he's no longer a part of. I don't know. And the owner of that church, I don't know what his name is, but he's more of like he's more of just a pastor or somebody like that who has a lot of money, and those people may or may not be good, like Jimmy Swaggart. I think that's his name, Jimmy Swaggart. You know, he may have not made it into heaven, I don't know, or maybe he did, I don't know. The guy who owns Liberty University, or ran Liberty, the guy who started Liberty University, who then this other man was head of Liberty University. It's terrible how they don't have, some of them don't have wives, but some of them stayed married, like Johnny Cash. He stayed married to his wife that entire time. He may have known before he had any success. It was there for him the whole time. Let's look up Johnny Cash. I think that's his only wife. Oh, no, he had. Oh, gosh, what the heck? Let's see. Sometimes people marry too soon, thinking they have to get married to be with someone, and it's the wrong thing. And there are instances when divorce may be okay, but generally you're not really supposed to get a divorce. Vivian Liberto was Johnny Cash's first wife for 13 years. But after their divorce in 1967, she was cast as the bitter shrew holding his talents back. Ugh, it's terrible. That's terrible. So we can't judge him. We don't know what he did to get that fame. That may be his God-given wife. Or, you know, Vivian Liberto. Let me hide my face on here so we can read it. Vivian Liberto. He married June Carter. Oh, that's terrible. Well, people sin. We can't help but to sin. We're like children. We're God's children. Unless we are willing to act as children, we cannot get into heaven. That's a line in the Bible. You know, we don't always act like children. Oftentimes the man is, but unless we're willing to be like children of God who are innocent and know not what we do, we cannot get into heaven. There's a line in the Bible about that one. And you can look up what I just said and you'll find the quote. But the Bible being like children. God being like children. June Carter. I think that was his wife he was married to till he was really, really old. You know, I don't know how bad he sinned, but I don't know. I can't imagine. I don't know. Who is this person? Oh, this was his first wife. Vivian Liberto. The disastrous marriage. Who knows if it was disastrous? That's just what they said publicly. Maybe that's his real God-given wife that he would have had a better chance of getting into heaven with. Played the part of, he looked kind of like her. Maybe they were Mexican because he had darker hair, out of love and kindness for her and his children to be okay, instead of trying to feel like he was the best one and the most famous and so much that he had to be a country star. Maybe not. Maybe not true at all. I don't know. I can't say. I don't know. Or maybe she was bad. Maybe his parents didn't want her to be with somebody who was a Mexican. I don't know. I can't judge him. But that's Johnny Cash's first wife. He met Vivian Liberto in 1951. He was older, much older, when he, kind of older person. Born in 34. His wife. Wonder if they're about the same age. Oftentimes God puts us together with a wife who is about the same age. But sometimes that may not be true. It depends. Oh. I'm going to take my face off here. Maybe it'll make me feel less homophobic. Some people are thinking, what is he talking about? Here is Johnny Cash, acting like a monkey, maybe on drugs. When he was young. There's his wife on the wall, a picture of his wife. She looked noticeably Hispanic for back then. I think. Unless she wasn't, I don't know. Johnny Cash. I'm doing the big stuff now. I'm doing the big stuff now. Give me some Swede whiskey. I'm ready to go out there and do it. Gee. He worked as a salesman before he secured a major deal with Sun Records. So how could we judge his? There she looks okay, but she's got, I don't know. Wow. They divorced in 1967. They were married for 13 years. He served in the military. This is terrible. It's hard to judge and say, was that his wife he was supposed to be with forever? Did he trade in her to be some big rich person who, not a big rich person, but a big famous celebrity like he wanted to? And somebody like me, I don't know. I can't judge him. Maybe he was supposed to play that music for all those people, and that was God's work. I have no idea. I really don't know. I don't know. I've been in Virginia this entire time since I moved here to start a family. I have not left to California to be a famous person. Much as I enjoy California, sometimes I stayed here. I got the house ready. I did home repair and that kind of work that my parents did to make them happy. I got the house ready, and I did some videos and films and stuff no matter where I was. That was something I did as God's work. Here's his kids. They made 4 daughters. They had 4 daughters. They had a turbulent marriage, they said. He joined the Sun Records label with Jerry Lee Lewis, this other guy, Roy Orbison, and Elvis Presley. And Vivian Liberta asked Cash if he was ever tempted to cheat on her. He told her, I walked the line for you. Who knows? He might have been good or bad. There are people I know on earth who are likely more kind. I don't know. I had thought some of them were for sure getting into heaven. Who are aware of all these people back then. Johnny Cash, Elvis Presley. Elvis Presley. You can add him to the list of Christians. But, some Christians did not make it. Just being Christian does not mean you live Jesus' words and truth. How can I word that word so the proper thing? You have to live God's truth as shown to us in the New Testament. Anyway, here's him with his kids and his first wife. All black clothes. It's kind of scary. Why did he wear all black? That's pretty scary. I wonder why he made daughters. Like all daughters. That looks like an okay quality couch. Thought he was poor. Who knows where? I don't know where. They already live the Hollywood life. They already lived the Hollywood life. But he did partying. He began to drink a lot and eat pills. Like pills that actually made him high. All the things that Johnny had called filthy and dirty, he insisted would destroy our lives, were things he began to embrace. Ooh. Not worth it, man. You know when it's right or wrong, you just don't do it. And when it's bad, when you have faith, and the Bible can save so many of us by showing us the truth, what's really right and wrong. Or else some of us, when they say we're lost, some people are lost, it's because they don't know what's right and wrong. You don't need all that stuff. You don't need to be famous. You don't need a bunch of money. If you feel riled into sin, like somebody's trying to get you to be mean and think you have to do something particularly, just calm down. Don't do anything anymore. You have enough. If you have this much peanut butter, if you have this $3 thing of peanut butter and some water, and it's not freezing outside, and it's warm enough for you to be okay, then it's not worth any sin or meanness to try to those things that we think are so important that we think that we have to do. We don't have to. Can't imagine why he would want to be that way. Unless he did the best he could and he just kind of lost it. He was like such a good father to those girls and did a lot of God's work, and I don't know. I can't judge this man, Johnny Cash, but he's good. I'm almost for sure he's in heaven from how I saw him act when he was older. It was pretty much he figured out how to be. But I can't guarantee it. But when I saw him later in life, you could tell, he had suffered a lot too and kept being kind. His body was hurt for years. And not just in the song he sang, but that was one of his songs. It was pretty sad. But, back then he was one of those, like, kind of more southern country people who did things like kind of breaking the law. There's this one guy, some southern country people don't break the law, but that was at a time when they kind of did things. They were kind of in and out of jail a little bit and had run-ins with the police. Nothing major, but some of them, thank God he didn't hurt anyone. Maybe he was never able to actually hurt anyone. Wow, he died. Dude. That's terrible. His wife was faithful to him after he left her, apparently. She said, "To me, he is and will always be my wonderful, caring, protective husband." I, I don't know. Oh, they had received death threats from the Ku Klux Klan back then for her being like Hispanic. Uh, oh, she was Italian, but she looked a little darker, and they thought she was African American. Whoa! But I don't know. That's terrible. He had to cancel concerts in the South. They received real death threats for her being like Italian, but from apparently more southern Italy, closer to Africa. Some of the ancestors, and not Africa, but the Middle East. I think some of those people they're kind of closer to, I don't know, some people. But she looked a little like the Moors. I don't know. Maybe that's his wife he was really supposed to be with. Maybe they should have. I don't know. Who knows? God wanted it that way for a reason. In this one. You just want wide enough. You just want her teeth. Yeah, I don't really know about that. Nashville, Tennessee, I fit in good enough with them. I don't know. That's cool. Just give me my drugs. That's cool. Just give me my drugs. Bobby. Ricky Bobby. Esquire. No. He thinks he's Esquire. Well, what are you, a fancy lawyer? I'm just... You a fancy lawyer? I'm a guitar player, man. I'm just like him. I'm just like Johnny Cage. I'm just... I'm just like him. He was okay. Gosh, he was so old back then. He was so much older back then. That's like in the 50s. Look how old his face. June Carter. Wow. He went from like a wife who was so Italian, so Sicilian that she looked like a minority, to this really white country looking woman. I don't know which one he was. God, God, I guess, had planned, whether it was sin or not, for him to be with this woman. But I think she was good. I have to listen to how she talked and stuff and see what she was like. Here's his first wife. Wow. Can you see the difference, like, between how they looked? I wonder if that had anything to do with anything. It may have had nothing to do with anything. Wow. hard to believe that she was, I don't know. Oh. Their divorce caused his mother to fade into negative obscurity. That is so terrible. The Catholic Church excommunicated her because of their divorce. They forbid her to take communion. And then when Johnny Cash wrote back to him and said it was his fault and not hers, then she was welcomed back in the church. Gosh. They actually were in Nashville. Roberta moved in somewhere else, and he went to Nashville. She eventually married a police officer. Just maybe a regular police officer, or I don't know. They could have been some they could have been poor, they could have been, I don't know, when they were younger, rich, I don't know, middle, I don't know. She died 2 years after he died. That was his first wife. Not June Carter. Ooh. She must have smoked cigarettes, but maybe not. You know, she was under a lot of, I don't know. I don't know anything about it that much, because I can't judge them. God can judge them. I know as a man, I probably know a lot about music and film, and especially God and Jesus is shown to us in the New Testament and the Bible. That's pretty interesting. His first wife, I don't know. I gotta get out of here. Let's see. That's his wife, his first wife, and their daughters. They had 4 daughters. Cash died in 2003 from complications from diabetes. Wow. Oh. Oh, and then the Joker, Joaquin Phoenix, played him in a movie. So, he's a celebrity. The only one who can judge him is God. However, sometimes we have a feeling or are shown things on earth that we know beyond knowing someone is in heaven. We're shown by God and Jesus. Like my grandfather, Papa, I saw him come down from heaven. He was without sin. He sinned a lot less than I did. In my kind way, I tried to stand up for him as a human. I tried to stand up for him, but even that was sinful compared to how he was. And I saw him before I really found God and Jesus and knew the stuff about like how there's no sin in heaven at all. Eh. Ooh. What is it doing? Oh, it's going to the top of the article. This is by Natasha Ishak. On allthat'sinteresting.com for Vivian Liberto. These are Christian celebrities so far. I think from what I've seen of Justin Bieber, and MC Hammer maybe, and later in Johnny Cash's life, and Mr. T, some of Donald Trump, surprisingly enough. Some of Donald Trump is kind and godly. Like, he would never do those atrocities that some of those political figures would have done. He just didn't want to be that way. He knew it was wrong. He knew it was bad. I think. But he was, kind of, he said some racist things and stuff. So I can't judge him. Sometimes Joel Osteen is like, wow, he's really good. The things he's standing up for, and he gives people hope to, really that it'll be okay on earth and in heaven. But more on earth, I don't know. And so, So, here's a list of some Christian celebrities. Let's try to get the most thorough list, but I'm gonna Justin Bieber, Stephen Baldwin, Justin Bieber's wife, who is Stephen Baldwin's daughter, MC Hammer, Joel Osteen. Oh, showed him. Wow. How did it do that? Joel Osteen. Come on. It started to show who he was. How did it do that? Well, I'll look him up. Joel Osteen. Hey. Hey, guys. How are you? I'm Joel. I'm Joel Osteen. Look at me. I got really thick, good-looking hair. I got a good-looking face. It may look like I'm in my 40s, late 30s, somewhere like that, but look how low body fat I have on my neck, those veins in my neck, and the no fat under my chin. I'm good-looking. Look at me. Got really good-looking teeth. Oh, okay. So what? I got one of those little moles on the side, right here. That don't matter. It's come on, man. Why'd you notice that? Gosh, man. Gosh, you noticed a flaw. I'm flawed. I'm a sinner. Yeah, man. I got laser hair removal that off. I got laser hair removal that off because I got a good looking face. Look at those eyebrows. I did something to them right here. See this?
So what? Every man has at one point did some of their eyebrows, trying to cut the hair at least, even after like whatever generation they are. They didn't just leave them alone all those years unless they live in a cave and with Bin Laden. They do it too. They said, "Oh man, I feel like I have a unibrow. I got to take a lighter and burn in between my eyes because I made fun of me." I know. That's not true. There's plenty of Americans who just let it run wild on their eyebrows their whole life. That's what I think is good. That's what Joel Osteen likes. I'm kind of into my appearance, so what? Tell the truth about it. He's mumbling to himself. These are the thoughts of Joel Osteen's mind. He's not mumbling. Look at his face, man. Is he good or bad? I can't judge him. Under pressure, what did he mean? Oh, there he is with Kanye West. There he is with Kanye West. I can't judge him. I don't know. I can't judge Kanye West. It's terrible. Well, I'm not as into the Kardashian family because I don't know. But I think Kanye West's kind of okay now. I don't know. You know, I'm almost afraid to say it publicly. But I don't know. But Kanye West believes in Jesus and God now. He says that in everything he does. He found God about the same time I did, ironically enough. I'll just tell the truth about it. I once had political ideas that were very similar to Kanye West in the 2000s. I hate to say that, but that's how kind of liberal I was. And I was on MySpace, like saying whatever I felt like back then, and no one hurt me for it. No one stopped me, and wasn't hurting anyone. I was saying what I felt like, and I had like at one time I had these different movies that I add as many friends as I could. I had like 30,000 friends or something. Danica was on MySpace. I'd say the most liberal stuff that I felt like, and no one ever hurt me for it. I could say as much as I felt like. I had their celebrities as my friends. I influenced a lot of people back then. And he was similar to me, and he started doing something that I was doing on MySpace a lot. I would openly talk about myself as being a genius and really amazing and creating masterpieces, and my work was so amazing back then. And then he started talking the same way. And then back then I was like, he's stupid, I didn't like him. And but now that he really found God and Jesus, it's like I kind of like him, I think, but I don't know. I don't know how he sins, so I don't know. It's something good that I think that he's a Christian like me, and I guess Joel Osteen too. But I don't know what he'd be like. He's a little Joel Osteen. Like I don't know what he'd be like, and maybe I'd be afraid of Kanye West too. I don't know. Kanye West actually likes Donald Trump, oddly enough. Well, he likes Donald Trump, but they're all these big celebrities, and I don't know if they'd be scary or what, or nice, or who knows. Maybe not at all. I don't know. But I think maybe I'd get along with some of them in some ways. But there are real Christians in the entertainment industry. Justin Bieber, he knows Kanye West, I think. These are real Christians in the entertainment industry. I wonder about. I'm gonna save that. I don't know. I got it in the video. Mel Gibson Christian. traditionalist Catholic upbringing in Australia, and then generations before, apparently they were big in the South, in America. There is a bird outside. He is good. He flew away. The Jim Caviezel guy, who played, I don't know if he's really a Christian or not. But at one time it was scary to me. I don't know. Because, he's a big actor, and I don't know how much he sins or not, but to play Jesus on a cross and then I don't know, to have said some kind of blasphemous things about how difficult it was, and I don't know, but maybe he'll get, who knows, I can't judge that guy. Jim Caviezel says he's a devout Catholic, but he talks in a different way than me, where I can see the sin in his words. I'll write him down here, but I don't know. I can see him sinning, like saying, "You're perfect." No human being is perfect. We're flawed. We sin. We're not perfect. God's the only one who's perfect. There may be instances where perfect is used in the way to describe humans, but it's just, from my understanding, God is the one who's perfect, and we're flawed because we sin and we have flaws. We also have physical flaws and stuff. We're not supposed to try to look perfect, and we can't really be perfect. God is perfect. But it says in the Bible, there's a Bible quote about a rich man getting into heaven. When you look up how a rich man gets into heaven, for back then in Jesus' time, he told the rich man to leave all his stuff and be with his loved ones, of course, be there for his loved ones, leave all his rich big money that he had on earth and follow Jesus on earth, following Jesus. He had a chance to, in reality, be one of the people who is close to Jesus and really follow him on earth. That does not mean that in today's society a rich person would have to give up all their belongings to get into heaven, but that may more often than not, that I think that having less money is one way to not value the wrong things on earth, if that's a problem that causes people to sin, to keep demanding that level of money, which is not important at all. That's not important at all. That leads to hell. If that's the main thing that people think life is about. Wow, they're not working for God. They're not doing God's work. But they may do God's work as their main thing and as the thing that they work at in life. It may happen to make tons of money, but your main thing you're supposed to do is God's work. But some people might, I don't know. But it's possible to be rich and get into heaven. It's like going through the eye of a needle. Because when I was working for my parents doing this big stuff, I got like $10,000 or something in a short amount of time, doing this big stuff out there all the time. Some mornings I'd wake up at 12:30 in the morning and start going to work. And I had to go, not just, it was socially 100 times what I was used to. It was socially 100 times. I had to get it just right. I had to be good, kind, and
kind of stand up for things at like a in a way that had an effect on many others. Everywhere I was going, it was having an effect on things, how things were out there, I think. And I had to really get it just right. And I messed up a couple times, and it felt like I couldn't get it just right. And I did the best that I possibly could. And I felt like it was worth like a lot of money for the work I did. But I didn't think about it. I didn't know then. Later, I realized that. But I was paid, maybe was paid a lot of money for just going out there. And I didn't realize, wow, that was a lot of money. But of course, I didn't really have to work much for the rest of the year other than working as hard as I can imagine at the videos to never have to do that kind of thing again, because I didn't really like doing it. And so that was a chance for me after I had laid in a bed for 3 weeks, because I could barely do much of anything after that. Really, last year I worked really hard on videos, much as I can imagine. I did hundreds of videos, some feature-length, well-edited videos that took weeks just for one video. Other videos random, less thought out, no editing, live or streaming, like this one's streaming. I just started filming it. So a lot of quantity and some quality. And hopefully this will go big. This is a good idea about talking about Christian celebrities. So maybe this will be the I'll have to, and I had to work really hard the year before on my house. Just no politics at all, just hard work. It was not easy. I had to go to urgent care at the end of it. And then I had to do something different. Johnny Cash. Johnny Cash. That's what, man. After all that stuff, you're like, wow. Worked as hard as imaginable at the entertainment to have a chance to maybe never have to do that stuff that was so difficult again. But I don't know. Maybe there's some way, because if it was good and kind, and then figuring out how to get to Texas when I've already traveled there 7 times. I had to go there 7 times. But I haven't been there for 2 years now. I haven't been there to see my kids for 2 years. And I'm figuring out a way to get there. I wasn't going to film this, and I was just going to think, put all the effort into figuring out how to calm down enough and get on a plane and see them. But I had been through so much with, I thought, I'll take somewhat of a break and work on this video. My kids are in Texas, and it doesn't matter if I'm some big celebrity or not, whatever. It's not whatever. I leave it in the hands of God. It's probably something that's not going to happen at a big A-list level for me, probably. But I don't know. There's some of those things here and there that are things that happen here and there that are pretty good. And for me, someone who does film and God's work in film, it's always been God's work, I believe, even though there's some sin in any human being work and stuff. But that's kind of what I do, is the stuff like films, videos, stuff like that. So here and there, if things, it's kind of like a famous thing or makes more money and a lot of people got to watch it, it doesn't have to be some A-list thing. I don't have to be the one getting the glory. I know now that to be a celebrity is not something to really aspire to in particular, because that's almost like being a false idol or aspiring to false idols, putting that before God, or getting all the glory to yourself. That's not really appropriate, getting the glory to yourself. But if it's something that I know how to do well, I can't just not do those things that I'm so good at doing, that I'm so good at
doing well because I went to colleges and universities and stuff like that where and even without the colleges and universities I taught myself how to edit by actually doing it, by actually editing a lot. And it was not easy. And I'm good at stuff like that. And maybe there's some way that I can not get the glory for it and not be in front of camera. But it's something that I found that I know how to do. But if something comes up where I can work at something else and not feel bad about it, and maybe it's okay, and sometimes actually it being okay, maybe even sometimes enjoy my work or be challenged at being good at it. I don't know. That's up to God. All that stuff is up to God. So I do the best I can. Happen to be making a video again. I don't know what else to say. But I'm going to try to find some more Christian celebrities. Mr. T. Mr. T. Mr. T. I'm 75 years old. I pity the fools. I pity the fool who eats the cereal. But he's good. He's still in shape. He's in good shape for somebody who's like 75. He works out. Mr. T. At one time, he fell into this little bit. I think I could see he fell into this little bit of habit out of sin, like being this real powerful guy, where he stood up for stuff like the military. Like when it came to something like that, he would just, he was so kind to other people when, but these things, he would just like get into the mode of it, like he was holding a gun or something, like, an M16, and like he would he would act. But he stood up for the military. I don't know if that was bad or not. Military's not bad. Mr. T. I saw him when I was a little kid in New York. I saw him when I was like 6 years old in New York. I think I was 6. Must have been 1983. Or, I don't know. It was in New York. It was in cold weather around Madison Square Garden. He was famous. I don't know exactly what year it was. He was so famous back then. He was pretty good. He might be a little older. Who cares? He might be 75. But, Mr. T, do you have a nose job? Do you have a nose job? Wait a second. This is him a little out of shape. He just went and got his groceries. Where's him talking about Christianity? That stuff doesn't matter. Appearance. Mr. T, Christian. He's kind to others. He had a Bert and Ernie haircut. Wow. Look how strong he was in his old age. Or his older age. Look at that. Amazing. Here's a shirt with him. Jesus is real. Jesus is real. See what he actually said and how much he knows about Christianity. You can tell when you hear people, not when you hear them. You can tell by reading this book, the Bible, that I'm not earning any money from at all to help you find God and Jesus, unless God wants me to earn money at it. It's all in God's hands. And this is the truth. The other stuff is not the truth. I think Mr. T knows a lot about it. But when he was younger, he was like not as Christian. And he had these random things on his shirt like this. Never down, never out. Oh, never down, never out. In an earthly way, that's bad. Because we're all going to die. We're eventually going to die. There's nothing we can do about it. It's shown to us in the Bible. But, to give him, to think, maybe he had been through such tremendous difficulty, really, like, on earth, that he thought he'd wear a shirt like that to kind of like make him feel good. Well, it's not that bad of a sin, through all he had to go through. And what never down and never out means is that your soul is never extinguished, apparently, unless there's some prophetic thing in the Bible that says maybe after billions of years, or your soul's forever. Your soul's forever. That's what's never down and out. Our souls. Our souls last forever. Not necessarily what Mr. T says, but what the Bible says in the New Testament. It's not easy. It is not easy. It's a lot of God's work. But you'd be surprised that when it says in the Bible, after you've suffered a while, you can feel, it says sometimes you get to feel okay again. Usually get to feel okay again when you're kind. You do a lot of God's work and stuff. But Mr. T, he's a born again Christian. Ugh. That's great. Born again Christian may be the only way to get into heaven after doing a lot of sin. I don't know. I know people who are Catholic and may not believe in that, I know one of them who got into heaven because I saw him come down from heaven. And I'm for sure it was him. Out of nowhere. Hadn't been thinking about him. Never thought of talking to him that much in a while. I stood up for him here and there. I liked him. I cared about him. I loved him a lot as my grandfather. I'm so afraid to look up anyone's net worth. He has $1 million, it says. He used to have hundreds of millions of dollars. He knows that's not what's most important. He knows. Lawrence Terry, whatever it is. Okay. How old is he? 68. Wow, he's not that old. He's not that old. And he really worked on his health. And I know, I don't know. Maybe I'll not show myself. I didn't know what I looked like. It got all ready. Oh, I don't know if that was showing in the list as much as I thought. Apparently this got moved. Here's the list. Justin Bieber, Stephen Baldwin, Johnny Cash, all these people. Whoever they are. Kirk Cameron. Let's find some more Christians. Let's just look up an article. They're born again Christians. I don't know. This is Dwayne. I don't know. Some of these people. Let's not do a super extensive list. Well, I can show you some who may not make it to heaven. This does not mean they're making it to heaven. Okay? This does not mean they make it to heaven just by being a Christian. They may have little understanding of really how to be. And you get that from reading the Bible. From reading the Bible. And understanding what's about and living God's truth and doing God's work on earth. Kindness to others, not sinning as much. Being kind to yourself sometimes is okay. But not that much, to where it's too much. You make sure to be kind to others. You have to struggle. It's difficult. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. And when you really are kind and godly and Jesus-like, that's how it kind of can be for sometimes a while. But then it's possible for it to not suck and be horrible and some shit that you don't like. Sorry. I was thinking about something like the whole time I was talking about that, trying to stick my tongue into an asshole or some anxiety BS. And that's me sinning, calling it shit and cursing and all this annoying shit that's trying to annoy me. Like some tongue constantly trying to put on somebody's ass. Why the fuck would I ever want to do that? But the kind of God's work is different from that. Way different from some annoying thing. But the devil tries to make you feel bad, annoy people, hurt them, make them think that they have to do something else, and tries to rile people into meanness, and you can't be really mean about it. And that's what I really learned, how to not be mean to others, even though I follow the law really well, but I sometimes could be a jerk in my thoughts and in my intent sometimes. So I try to not let it annoy me. Okay, whatever. I'm trying to feel not as good or whatever. Let's look up more Christian celebrities to find as many of them as we can. Let's see if we can get the most Christians who are celebrities, not necessarily true or not, but what these websites say who are celebrities. Ranker, here's a popular website.
popular, these are the most popular people on earth. You think they'll get into heaven? What is the likelihood of getting to feel that good on earth? Likely have a lot of the temptations that they got to experience and feel and have more than others most of the time. Always be the first, best, most powerful. That much. Like, what did they have to do to others? What did they have to do to others to demand that all the time and not be last in line and not be meek and not be unpopular the way Jesus was willing to be unpopular and was looked down on as the least of all of them and hurt and torment, physically hurt, looked down on, and he kept being kind. You really think that these people have more of a chance of getting into heaven than some non-believer who's poor, who's kind, really kind, and didn't get misled into, some of those people get misled into more sin than the rich people. And I don't know, you can't judge them, but I'm saying this does not mean they'll get into heaven, but they are Christian. So, there's hope for you to get some stuff, cool things that you like on earth, but it's not what's most important. If you can be with family and have a job that's like, even if you're a woman who doesn't have a job, if there's some other ways that you don't, but this kind of gives us hope that it's okay to feel good, to feel happy on earth with the things that, maybe we can get into heaven. Maybe we can get into heaven and still get to do the fun things that make us happy. Or if we work in entertainment, want to work in entertainment, have YouTube channels or stuff like that, it's possible for it to go big and still be a kind person. Doesn't mean just because it's big, it's bad. It does not mean that. But I don't know. And God will judge us. Stephen Colbert, come on. I thought he was an atheist. Really? Well, this says Stephen Colbert, Tom Hanks. This is just an article on Ranker. Chris Pratt, we already talked about him. Carrie Underwood. Carrie Underwood is Christian? Oh, she's kind of scary to me, though, but I don't know. Some of them might be good, kind, scary. Who knows? Ryan Gosling. He'll take your wife. No, it's hard. He won't do that. It's like, is he good or bad? He won't do that. He'll take my wife. Is what somebody would say. I'm joking. He's not going to take my wife. It's never going to happen. I don't know. Maybe he would never want to do that to anyone. Maybe he is so kind. He's reportedly a Christian. He's raised Mormon. Who knows? I can't judge him. Maybe he'd be good to a kind person to get along with, Maybe he'd want no part of anyone else's wife. Even Leonardo DiCaprio's kind of terrifying to me. I don't know if he's good or bad or what, but, that's not how I want to be. And I have children. But Ryan Gosling, maybe someone kind in real life. These people may be kind people who you might end up being friends with. And I don't know much about him, but it says he's Christian. Elvis Presley, let me add that to the list. I don't know if he'll get into heaven or not, but or if he got into heaven or not. He's already there. He's either there or hell.
I'm a flawed person. I made a mistake when I was talking right then. He's either in heaven or hell right now. That's how it is. He's either in heaven or hell. I don't know where he is. He did suffer a lot with his body image later in his life, but I don't know what he went through or where he is or if he's in heaven or hell. Elvis Presley, Faith Hill, scary, or I don't know. I don't know what that person is like, if they'll get into heaven or hell, but it says she's Christian. She says, having a backbone of spirituality makes me like a little stronger. She called it spirituality. Is that God and Jesus or the Holy Spirit? It's spirituality. She says, I pray a lot. When I first moved to Nashville, it's what kept me alive. I believed I was being taken care of it. I apply it to my life every day. It's how I've always looked at things. Who knows what she knows about faith? Who knows what she knows about God and Jesus? We don't know how much she lives according to stuff. We know she looks good in her face. We know that she is an attractive symbol that may be a false idol to many people. We don't know how much she believes in God and Jesus. We don't know if she's a graven image like Sylvester Stallone, that they made statues of him that are told to us in the Bible do not have a graven image made out of you. But we mess up. There's so many people on Facebook, social media, and all this stuff now. It's not that bad of a thing. So I don't know what she believes in, but she's a little bit fucking scary to me. And she might kill you if this got big enough. And you said she's fucking scary. I don't know. She may be kind or good or what. I have no idea. But that's not what we aspire to. We aspire to God and Jesus, their way, kindness to others, not a false idol, not a false idol. You don't want to think about them as the thing that you want to be like, or how to be. That's way bad. I fell into it when I was younger. People like, not a woman, but a man version of somebody like that, who, I don't know, maybe not at all my particular thing, maybe is. I have no idea. But I'm probably scared by her, but I'd have to look up what she really believes in. And she may not be godly at all. She may not be godly at all. But the Bible and Jesus are really what it's about. And for those who know enough about the Bible, you can compare these kinds of people to the way that they are, whether or not they know they're Christian, whether or not they say they're a believer or some other religion. When you look at the Bible and what Jesus says is kind to other people, really kind to other people, I looked at her words and she says she has a backbone of spirituality. What is spirituality? That is not Christianity. She prays a lot. What does that mean? What does that mean? Does she ask God and Jesus for it to be okay and want others to be okay more than her selfish desire of being the richest $400 billion billionaire who is the most famous, youngest looking in the face, with the most attractive earthly things, doing everything that she wants, driving into town with a $300,000 or $2 million car that is like concealed and like, it's like, 10 people might die on her way into town for her to be on stage with 800,000 people watching across the internet and 80,000 people. That could be good or bad. It could be beautiful and no one would die. It could be the most beautiful, godly thing ever. And that's usually saved for Jesus. Jesus gets the glory. God gets the glory, not a human being that powerful and having that much on earth. It's generally unlikely for those people to get into heaven. I'd say it's more difficult for them to get into heaven than a camel to go through the eye of a needle. It is possible, but unlikely. So that's the kind of thing I'd like to talk about when seeing a list like this. Tyler Perry, maybe he's good. I don't know. I've been looking into him a little more. Tyler Perry, I'll add him to the list of people I think. I don't know. He may be terrifying, or he may be good. but he's been hanging out with some more Christians like Justin Bieber. I don't know. He may be on his way to Gehenna in hell for all I know, or he may be on his way to heaven. He may be a kind person. I have no idea. But I kind of like him a little bit, but I don't know what his movies are about at all. I don't know what I don't recall seeing one of his movies yet. But these are new people. I just found God and Jesus in 2019. I know he's a filmmaker. I know he's good at screenwriting. He constantly works at filmmaking. He gets to actually make films all the time. He does one film after another. He has all these films lined up. He has people to finish writing a script if he doesn't feel like writing the rest of it, or he might have 10 writers he can go to who are ghost writers who he trusts to really get a script written. Then he looks at it and writes it his own way if he doesn't like anything, and then he gets a whole movie made and gets some producer to physically produce it, a line producer and stuff like that, and then he makes one movie after another, these big movies done however he feels pretty much, or creatively, I don't know. And so I know I can relate to him as a filmmaker, but he's really getting to do his films all the time. Whatever budget level is at, he gets to keep making his films and stuff. And I maybe they're funny or not. I don't know. I heard something about one of his movies is called Medina something, but it might be good. But I think he's kind of a good person, and he really wants to be kind and network and be with work with other Christians and stuff. So I don't know. So there's hope for people who want to be who are Christian, Kathy Lee Gifford. Maybe she's good. Oh, her faith was deeply impacted by Billy Graham, and he's a good man. He's a good person. Or he's probably in heaven now. He's probably in heaven now. She might be a good person. I don't know. I can't judge that Faith Hill person, but she looks scary to me, but she might be good or bad. I don't know. She might be more godly than all of them. For all I know, I can't judge her. I don't know much about her. I just don't want to think about her right now. I don't know. She could be good or bad. Who knows? She could be good. I don't know. Chuck Norris. Look at his teeth. Chuck Norris. All those memes about how cool I am. He might get into heaven, I don't know. Denzel Washington, I don't know. The way he talks when giving an acceptance speech and giving the glory to Jesus and really believing in Jesus. Like, he really believes in Jesus. He really believes in Jesus. I know he does. But I don't know what he's like politically or in any other way, so I don't know. But he actually believes in Jesus and God. And he's truthful about that. But I don't know what he'd be like in real life. And when he sins, who knows what it's like. So, Alice Cooper, come on. He's not really a Christian. I don't know. He might be or might not be. Let's see what some of his jewelry is. A bat that looks like a demon. Looks like a demon hanging from his neck. Intentionally, like some devil-looking Beelzebub thing who has wings like a demon that he intentionally chose to put around his neck. I don't know. And a skull. A skull with knives. I don't know. When I was a kid, I had stuff like that. I didn't know what it meant. It was kind of cool or whatever. But as an adult, I don't know. I can't judge him, but I think, he's been hanging out with Johnny Depp. I don't know how godly or kind of a man Johnny Depp is. And his Hollywood vampires. He calls it vampires at that age. And they're not vampires who just eat meat, like my movie, who the Vampires Disease where I made after finding God, who was about vampires who weren't really vampires. I made up the rules for what vampires were in my movie, and they were vampires who ate meat, and they might be people, but they're technically called vampires. But they ate meat and they didn't have to eat people. And look at him. Do you think that his embracing of the snakes, and maybe snakes are okay? I don't know. It's hard to judge him, but I don't know. I don't know if he's a real Christian or not. At times he was very kind, and then I think he kind of got misled again, and it's hard to tell. I don't know. Of course, some of these we already talked about. Elijah Wood, his mom helped him get famous. She protected him from predators and stuff when he was getting famous, and he had that young boyish look. He's a little older now. Maybe, I don't know, maybe he's okay or something. She protected him from those types of people, and she helped him get to where he is. Patricia Heaton, I've heard of her. I believe she's a Republican. I don't know. That Faith Hill might be good for all I know. I don't know. Carrie Underwood, she might be good. I really don't know. I'm a little bit afraid of Faith Hill and Carrie Underwood, but I don't know. Try to really understand the Bible and Jesus and the words in the New Testament, and then compare it to or try to stay away from the ones that stuff that does not follow that at all. I don't know. I don't want to. I'd rather be a dead, I don't know, something, than try to keep up with some 400 millionaire person who knows what they believe in. Unless it was following God and Jesus and it was good, and I was able to be a kind person, and I have to sin that much. Nick Jonas. He's 20 years younger than you, John. You think I aspire to that, or that's what I want for my children if he really is a Christian? Why would I care? I don't aspire to be a false idol. I care about my teeth because I don't want to have to go to a dentist. I care about my health because I don't want to have to go to a hospital as much. I kind of care about my appearance because I found that with me, I don't know. I have no desire to look like I'm 25 or something, I don't know. But he might be older than we think. He's probably 38 or something. What is he? He's in his 30s probably at this point. Nick Jonas. Wonder how old he is. I'm just curious to see. Oh, born 92. Born 1992? Oh, he's almost 30. He's in his late 20s. Says he's a Christian. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah. Maybe he is. Maybe he really is. I don't know. Who is this? Oh, scary. She was really special in Greece. Not special to my personally, not my family in particular special, but that was something good in Greece that she did. It just looks scary to me because she's so, in her appearance, her physical beauty which may not be something that's of a lot of value to one's soul, usually is not. But it's a little scary that she still looks that way, and she was born in 48. But I can't judge her. Maybe it makes her feel happy. I don't know how kind she is in real life. I don't know. I really don't know. But she was one of my favorites when I was growing up, like watching Grease. You know, I thought she was a good, kind person. That was a good role model. That Sandy character that she played in Grease. I think that was her character. I don't know. You don't know. You can't judge them, and they might go to hell for all eternity. They might be sent. They might be judged and live for all eternity in hell for valuing the wrong things on earth. I hope they really believe in God and Jesus as much as they can and live for God and Jesus before it's too late for their eternal souls. Whitney Houston. Ugh. She was a really good singer. I don't know what's going to happen to her. I don't know where she is. Not gonna happen to her, you know, unless she's in hell and she's already been tormented and they're gonna do some other weird, new, horrible, horrible things. Or she or she's in heaven and she'll never ever have to be that way again. I think maybe she's a good role model. But when you're looking up to role models, look up to your parents. Look up to your parents. They're the best ones that God wants you to have. You're supposed to honor them. They're the best people to look up to until you may get married one day. Then you're with your wife as one, or your husband as one. Like if I'm talking to this kid right here, you know, if he's some random kid out there who got to see Whitney Houston one day, and then he keeps looking up to her and he wants to have some hope in the future, not necessarily Obama hope, but maybe Obama gave him hope that a black person could be president one day, and he's just a regular kid. He happens to be black, and he was like, finally, it's possible for a black person to be president of the United States, and maybe made him feel happy. And he might not be related to Whitney Houston, but she might be in hell. She might be in hell. You know, it's important to follow God and Jesus. She might be in hell. We don't know. She might be in heaven. I don't know. But the Bible and God and Jesus, the New Testament, and following your parents. If I could tell this little kid something, maybe that's his real mom. I don't know. I don't know who that kid is. Let's pretend that he is somebody else who's a kid out there, however old, and he happens to be this kid who's not related to Whitney Houston. He wants somebody to look up to. Look up to Jesus. We don't know what Jesus looked like. He may have been black. He may have been black. Really may have been. He was in the Middle East. We don't know because he didn't take the glory for looking any particular way. But he was the most famous one. He was the most famous person who's ever lived. And guess what? He may have been white. He may have been Nordic white. I doubt it. He was from the Middle East. And guess what? Whitney Houston may be in hell for how she was on earth. We don't know. I heard that she pulled a crap out of her husband's butt. I'm sorry. I don't know. Or he did it to her or something. He was on cocaine. But is that bad of a sin? Come on. That's not that horrible of a thing. It's kind of weird. It's not like really, really mean. But, you know, she was a really good singer. I can't judge her. Sin is what's bad. I'm not doing some weird thing that who knows if it's true or not. That he pulled a turd out of her butt that would not come out of her butt. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true. And even if it was, how bad of a sin would something like that be in God's eyes? God knows all the truth about all of us. Okay? He knows all the bad in our thoughts and our intent. He knows everything at all times. He's omniscient. He knows we use the bathroom. He knows we use the bathroom. It's not that bad. I wouldn't talk about some way that babies are made or something. But I don't know if she's good or bad. They may have been really kind and some jerk may have made that up about her. It may not be true at all for all I know. I don't know. She was a good singer. I know that she was really good at actual singing. She had a very good singing voice. And this guy, he married Tom Cruise's first wife, I believe, the redhead woman that Tom Cruise was married to. And when he was a little older, he said, he sang in one of his country songs, I'm just a guy, hopefully trying to be a man one day. I'm just a guy trying to be one day a man. He didn't want to act like a man because he thought that was like a big adult man. He wanted to look young. He was into looking young. That was his. But I don't know how he is now. He may be more kind and Christian. I don't know. He's into his appearance. Some people like to look younger. Maybe they got made fun of. Who knows? We sin in different ways. Some kinds of sin is just. Paul Walker. He's the guy in Fast and the Furious. I think he may have been kind. I don't know. It's hard to judge him. But I think maybe he was a kind person. I kind of like him. Thought he was okay. He said he didn't understand atheists. I don't know what he meant by that. That's a sin, kind of, but he doesn't understand. I don't know. I don't know. I'm getting away from Paul Walker. Johnny Cash, we talked about him. That's not a very Christian thing to say, the way he worded it. But that's at least Christian. He's somewhat Christian. It's okay. Ew. Ugh. Reba McEntire said she's a Christian. Maybe she's good. I don't know. Maybe she's good. Maybe I'd get along with her really well because of how kind and godly and Christian she is. I don't know. Maybe I get along with people who like that kind of music or something, but it's just so gross right now. It feels like a turd coming out of somebody's butt, and it's this anxiety, and I don't know where it's coming from. It's like this anxiety about it. Put your nose into the Bible every day. Put your nose into the Bible every day. That's what Kirk Cameron says. That's pretty good. It is your spiritual food. He called it spiritual. I may have to look up spiritual because he's more kind about it, I think, or maybe the other one was okay in her own way. Whether or not we know it, we all serve God. Even in the sin, God has it. God knows everything at all times, in the past, present, future, and everything. He created everything, even the devil. But he didn't create sin. The devil made up the sin. The devil made up the meanness and the bad and the sin. So even those people who sin more, they don't know it, but they have some effect on everything. Is all part of God's plan, and they may end up in hell for all eternity for the way they are. And it's still part of, they don't know it, but they're kind of make a vow not to be a lukewarm Christian, he said. Well, he sounds pretty good. That's really good. Make a vow to not be a lukewarm Christian. That's what the title of this video. I don't know. No, this is about Christian celebrities. MC Hammer. He's an ordained minister. I can't judge him. I know he has less money than he had at one time. He at one time was like on top of the world, so to speak. I don't know, but now he has less than I don't know. Maybe kind. I think he's a good person. I think he's a good person. He really believes in God and Jesus, I think, but I don't know how he sins, so I don't know. I don't know enough about him. I think he's pretty good. I think he hit like rock bottom, as they say. He had so much money, and it wasn't as important to him. He followed the Lord and God, and didn't have to be that biggest, most famous one anymore. He's a little different for me because he actually was like one of the best on earth at that kind of thing, and had so much money and stuff. And then so I didn't get that far, and maybe he still has money. I don't know. It's not necessarily bad or good. I didn't really sin as much as I had thought. So maybe I can make a living at it in some way. And this gives us hope that this gives us he popularized those Genie MC hair. Well, I guess I'm on here. I should be on here somewhere. Maybe I'm kind of a celebrity. Look at this. The writer, John Birmingham, the writer, who's good at putting Google keywords in, so he shows up right at the top all these years. He's really good at putting the Google keywords in, the best-selling author. He shows up when you look up John Birmingham, but where's me? I'm looking for me. I show up on like one time I got up to the first page. I haven't been pushing as much. Here's me. Wait, I'm gonna go back. There's a picture of me. This is I was on Wikipedia. And somebody else put me on there. I showed up on there, and then some jerk took me off of there. Somebody got angry at me, and because Wikipedia is public, they took me off Wikipedia. There's me. Keeps like, I don't know why. It's some awful anxiety, random anxiety. Something about a butt. Here's John Birmingham, the writer, after I said that. Get away from him. I don't know what that guy's like. John Birmingham. Here's my IMDb page. Okay, I'll show you how popular I was at one time. Here's my star meter. Go to all. Look at this. I was 9,000 most popular star. 9,476 when my movie Crazy Animal came out. We got a pretty big release. It was in Borders Books. All stores online were available. All movies were available online. It was at the Cannes Film Festival. The movie company brought it there and showed it maybe on a smaller screen or something, and they had it there and promoting it. at the Cannes Film Festival. Played at Trauma Dance during Sundance Film Festival in 2006. It was pretty good, and that's about as far as I got. Look, it's not. I didn't get very far. That's not as far. It doesn't when you something you did went kind of big. It's not going far per se. Actually, the actual movie. Went up to 9. I was 9,000 most popular. The movie itself got up to 939 most popular movie of its time. 8-week high, 939. Before that, it was like this popular of all the movies there are. And when it was released, it was 939 most popular. And the next week it went down to 10,000. I was like, kept watching it and watching it. Why is it doing that? It sucked. And I was like, I don't know. This whole time, since, let's look as far back as the 1990s. 1990s. And it just did not get number one. It did not get it did not get, this is my personal star meter, John Birmingham. And it shows like when it was first put in the IMDb, it was 2000 and it was 2000, the year 2000. It was 100 something thousand most popular in 70,000, 38,000 most popular in 2001, 32,000 in 2002. That was a movie I did production design on. That was just anyway. 58,000. I wanted to be number one. I worked so hard at it for so long. For a while. And then I got up to 9,476 most popular. And that made me happy. It had been so many years of that. And up till then it had been so long. That was actually in 2009. The movie says it was a 2007 release, but if you look in the top left, that was in 2009. And it took that long just to get up to 9,476 most popular star, and it only lasted a week. Then it was down to 60,000. Then the next week it was 21,000. Of course, I kept watching and thinking, hey, maybe it's going to get really big. Maybe it'll just really get really bigger finally, and I can make a living at movies and work at my movies. And back then, I wanted to be famous too. I thought it was cool to be famous. And now I'd like to just make a living doing the movies, however big or small they get. But make a living doing the movies, make enough money to do it, do my best work, and have enough people to really enjoy. And then I don't know where it got. Hey, it says this past winter I was of 63,000 most popular stars. Oh, great. Out of all the famous people, it was 63,000 most popular. 9,000 something. That's not really, I don't know. But that's me, kind of a famous person. I'm Christian. John Birmingham. Here's me. Here's my headshot. This is not what's most important in life. I tried to be. Oh, there's my son. That's what's most important. God's work, raising your children, is talked about in the Bible. I love my son. I care about my family, my kids. Ugh. That's all right. My movie Rednecks has good family values. The actual moral purpose of it. But I had him end up famous anyway. I could have had him end up not be famous and get to be with their family instead. Wow, that would have been a really good Christian idea. But there may not be anything wrong with being famous, so they're kind anyway. Here's me on the set of Plan 9. That was at my parents' house they owned. It was this house that I had worked on before, one of their houses that they owned. That it was a house that we let the casting crew stay at. We let them stay there for free, and they had all these hundreds of zombies. And they put in zombie makeup, and I co-produced the film Plan 9, the official remake of Plan 9 from Outer Space by Ed Wood. The movie Plan 9 from Outer Space. I co-produced it. I started as a producer, and then I don't know what happened. I just got a co-producer credit, and of course I got along with the director the whole time. My parents let him stay in their rental houses and stuff. There was this house and this other house that they owned. Their rental houses. They do real estate. They work really hard at real estate. There's me when I got into one of my best physiques. I don't know what that is. Trying to show these things like how good you look or something. I don't know why I put it on there. Here's me and Danica. I was so skinny. I weighed about 125 pounds. Hard to tell. Or 130. Well, 130, 20. So I was really skinnier than it may show. I had been bettering a long time, and I finished my film, and I got into a film festival, and I met Danica at the film festival again. Well, I already met her a long time before that. I met her before that. We had been I met her in film school, but she was in Texas and I was in Virginia, and we flew and met up at this Dahlonega Film Festival, 2002. She always liked these babies. I don't know who that guy was, some random filmmaker. She wasn't interested in any of them. She was very kind. She never was with anyone else besides me for like 10 years or 8 years or something like that. He's doing a heavy metal film. I don't know. He was somebody back then that we talked to at the film festival, but she was always with me. There's never, her interest never strayed from me. She wasn't, I could trust her around other guys pretty much anywhere. There's one time when I thought I might have to watch around this one guy. I got a little jealous, and then I found out, I think maybe he was supposedly gay. I don't know, but she never did anything with him. I knew. I could tell. I could feel it if she had really done something like that. I knew when it happened one time. I something like that. I knew. I just knew, and I figured it out later. But she hadn't done anything like that all those years. Here's me from my Mayonnaise music video. I'm a real Christian. Here's me on the set of I gotta calm down on the way too godly stuff. Here's my friends. Filmmaker Derek Young, he may be a Christian. Jeremy Ambler, who's more of an actor, but he made his own short films. He's a Christian. He's really a Christian. And he's really a Christian. Derek Young's really a Christian. I don't know what these other two filmmakers are into. David Frost, he's a musician who's a Christian in my band Animals From Outerspace. He's a Catholic. I don't know. Oh, Tracy Lee Staton. She's a filmmaker and she's a Christian. This girl on the right, this woman on the right. Oh, and I don't know. Oh, I don't want to show that. But Tracy Lee Staton just found God and Jesus a little bit before I found God and Jesus. A miracle. And she's pretty good. There she is in the middle, Tracy Lee Staton. I don't want to be. Oh, she was doing a devil, not devil, but a heavy metal. She was into heavy metal a lot. like she hung out with some of the heavy metal people and stuff, and um, she found God and Jesus after this more than any other time. I don't know what Royce believes in. God. He believes in God. I don't know how much he believes in God. I don't know. They might all believe in God, but I don't know if they're Christian or not. In my movie Rednecks. Some friends of mine, Jimmy Johansson, right here. He's from Sweden. Other friends. On the set of my movie. Whoa. It was way stronger than I thought. There's me. Set of my movie. I'm a Christian. My IMDb channel page, whatever the heck it's called. I think this guy's okay. Chad. No, Charles. No. I went to film school with him, Charles Smith. I think he's okay. I don't know if he's Christian or not. This is my movie Crazy Animal. We watched it in New York City. It was some cool underground. Not underground. Underground. The connotations of that nowadays, thinking of hell, but it'd be safe. It'd be a little bit under the ground, but it'd be safe. You know, it wouldn't be in hell. This was like some cool indie. It was actually a pretty big indie movie theater that I did some effort and got my film to screen at, and these people we showed up at from my movie Vampires of Zanzibar, and oh, this guy's a really good big Christian film. He's a pretty big, good Christian filmmaker. This guy right here, he's out of focus. Mark Hutchins. He's a really good person. He's a really good, kind person. And he did some big films. He did some big movies. And this was on one of the movies he was like kind of producing or something. And that's me back there, and they let me act in it. But this guy, Mark Hutchins, has a big family. He's a really good filmmaker. I don't know. I can't judge him, but he's a Christian. He's really a Christian and a good person. He's not just a Christian who puts a front on. I don't even want to look at that. Sad. There was me trying to really get low body fat. It looks a little scary. Here's me doing a show in Roanoke. This guy, I don't know if he was a festival director and some other filmmaker that won awards, and me and Danica. There's me and Danica at a film festival. Whoa. Now this is me when I had fallen a little astray from God when I was younger. I did not choose that wig. I did not choose that wig. But I had fallen a little astray from God and got in way better shape than this. This was 7 pounds of fat that I was carrying there. That by the time I filmed, I was so in good shape with my body. It was ridiculous. I could change like into I wasn't a shapeshifter or some shit like that. That's a demon. I was not into that shit that much. But I was a sinner. I'm sorry. I cursed. I apologize for cursing. But this was. I thought it was cool to have pink flames on the walls. Looks like it's gay hell. No. And it wasn't gay. It was glam rock. It was glam rock. And I wanted to be like the guys I saw on MTV too. But it still stood up. I think there's something about it. I don't understand what. But at the time, I was a liberal and I stood up for gay values. But I wasn't gay. And I lifted so many weights. I gained 40 pounds of muscle. This was from earlier at that Dahlonega Film Festival when I was so weak and skinny. I had been bedridden, working so hard at editing. And then I tried to do a whole feature film after that, got all these hundreds of extras. I couldn't finish it, and I had gotten into a film school. So I went to a film school and kept working at it, trying to be famous. And not just famous for the sake of famous, my actual work. This had a good moral purpose, this movie. The actual moral purpose was good. Okay? It was, my movie Crazy Animal, which I had called One Nation Under God. I had these political huge ambitions, and it was really called One Nation Under God, but Danica kind of convinced me, and I called it Crazy Animal because I was like, they thought it was, I don't know, and it was pretty good, and that's it was filmed on 35 millimeter at first. I did a short film and then finished the movie, some on 35 and some back then it was DV they called it or something, which looked like film. It was the first camera I found that looked like film to finish the film on, to make it look like film. People thought it couldn't be done back then. They thought, oh, you got to shoot on film for it to look like a movie. They didn't understand, and I made it look like a real movie. It was when they were just coming out with the prosumer cameras or professional cameras that looked enough like film. And in 2000, actually, I was production designer in a film that was shot on video and had film look done to it in post, which was something that was more expensive back then. It actually cost like $14,000 to do it back then, and they did it on their two films, and it looked like a real movie, and it was shot on video. And one of the DPs was the director of photography was the director of photography of Reanimator, some big horror movie, and I don't know, he was just a regular good guy who worked as a camera operator, cinematographer, and they hired him to do their movie, and they thought it was cool because he did some big famous horror. It was like horror, but this was not a horror movie. I never did horror movies that I know of, but maybe some of them get into heaven. John Johnson. He's a good friend and a filmmaker. I don't know how much he believes in Christianity, but I hope to God he finds God and Jesus more than ever before it's too late. And there's me with my film that after I found God more than ever, after I made that film Crazy Animal, I was a little astray, but I believed in God. And then I really asked God for help and believed in God again. And I got to make my movie Vampires of Zanzibar instead of having to be a real estate agent anymore. Somehow God helped me with that. I asked God for it to finally be okay. I could not go on anymore. I'd never been depressed that I almost wanted to give up, and then I got to make my movie Vampires of Zanzibar. But anyway, not Rob Zombie anyway. Brink Stevens. Maybe this guy will get into heaven. I don't know. These are people that may not be. He may be a Christian, or I don't know. Maybe he'll get into heaven by some miracle, or they'll find God in Jesus. I really hope they do. These are people who, I don't know. This guy I thought was nicer than Keanu Reeves. I thought, but I don't know. But he's a family guy, and he didn't push looking like the most young, flawless one. He has children, and he's good. I guess he's a good person, but I don't know. I don't know if he's Christian or not. And there's Megan Scully. It's horrible what happened to her, but maybe she made it into heaven. I don't know. She was in my movie. There's this. Oh man. Here's my film I edited for 9 months in a bed, almost every waking minute of the day. Taught myself how to edit and design that DVD case. But that stuff's not what it's about. You know, what's really important is being there for family and being kind and godly. But that was something that was okay for me to do. Here's our film that won all these. Well, this particular one won one award, and it got into a very prestigious film festival in Portugal, where Peter Jackson screened, and all these other, and that's what we did for a long time. This was a Young Artist Award that our film Tiernan Og won, and Shia LaBeouf was on stage. Danica was there to accept the award for her short film. They're almost all of her studio movies, and so we were kind of like famous people. We didn't get as big as the real A-listers. That was a short film that got in there, and it happened to be a short film we just made. It was a student film, and someone happened to help us get into there and won a Young Artist Award. And here's me trying to look cool. Here's Mini Me. I was never in a movie with him, but I kind of liked him. I thought he was okay. There's Jeremy Ambler. Anyway. There's me trying to be as low body fat as I could, and I just ended up looking like that. But a little, I don't know, pretty skinny, but you know, what did my actual stomach look like? Who knows? Maybe it's good or not. Who cares? Now, when I dressed as a woman, it was not sexual at all. As it says in the Old Testament, you're not supposed to dress as a woman as a man, or it's an abomination or something. There's nothing sexual about it. There's nothing intentionally trying to look sexy or woman-like about it. It was kind of a joke and innocent, and that's the Old Testament, you know. That's the Old Testament, and some of it's wrong, you know. That's why the New Testament, that's why Jesus had to come to earth to get the New Testament written. That looked so scary. The tongue that I had made. It's like Gene Simmons. Gene Simmons, he's terrible. I don't know. There's Danica. That was terrible how we valued our appearance. It had not been that way for years, and we started a family, and then I felt so, I don't know, I had wanted to do the movie stuff, and instead had to work at this regular job that made me so sad and unhappy every day that I became depressed. And for the first time, I wanted to die. I was back in a small town having to wear a suit to be a real estate agent, and it's not what I had planned on after working so hard on my films to try to make a living at it. And so I kind of started putting more pressure on us to look better again. And I think she kind of wanted to settle down and just raise kids. And she was almost willing to give up the famous stuff. Maybe when she was older, go back to directing or something after she raised kids. And I felt so horrible inside. It made me want to die. And I called a gun shop and asked what their hours were. And, that's not that bad compared to how bad it got later. But, so that was, I felt like I wanted to work at the films and videos, didn't know what I had to do. So kept trying to, and it was just, but I think she wanted to do that stuff too, and I believed in her. I loved her as the same as I wanted her to have success in it. So I was a huge emotional support for her and the kids to do the famous stuff and get recognition in that. And I wanted for them what I wanted for me, to be happy, but not, for her it's different because I'm a man and she's a woman, and she made a living at it in a really good way. But it was terrible how I'd gotten, see, like, this is really Ron Jeremy, and he acted in my movie, and it was not a porn. I've never done a porn. I never did a porn, and I will never do a porn. I can't judge those people who do porns. I can't judge them. But there was this one creepy guy who added the Virginia Filmmakers Group, this really creepy guy, and I accidentally pressed accept. I was like, oh, how will I ever find who he was? And I didn't want him there doing really bad, creepy things, getting people into some bad things. And so I tried to say, anyone who's into porn, please leave the group. And I was just trying to get rid of that one creepy bad guy. I thought he was a bad guy. I don't know. And I messed up, and then all these people attacked me in the group. And then it was like, it was terrible. And so I just said, okay, I don't want the group anymore. You can have it. And it was like all these people in a group. And so there's an unphotoshopped picture of us together, me and Ron Jeremy. That's a shirt that I got for him. I got his costume and shoes. He kept the shoes. I got him brand new white Vans and all white clothes. He kept them. He had shown up in some old clothes. He showed up in a sweaty old black t-shirt. It was like stained. I think maybe it was stained, and it was like, it was old looking. It was an old looking shirt. And he said, so can I keep this stuff? And I said, yeah, you can keep the shoes, the outfit, and everything. He just kept that and had new looking clothes after he left. That is an unphotoshopped picture of my face. I don't know what I look like. It was so hard to pull that whole thing together and do that. My body was not in that great shape. I got a body double for my body. See if he's even a Christian. Is Ron? No, he's not a Christian. I doubt he's. Is Ron Jeremy a Christian? Ron Jeremy a Christian. Thank God I didn't click on too many pictures of it. But he's only doing acting, I guess. I don't know. God will judge him. Ooh, I don't know. Is Ron Jeremy a Christian? He said the majority of the porn stars believe in God, but that's not Jesus. So that's something. Say they believe in God, but that's not Christianity. No, he's not really a Christian, apparently. This is me showing that cool house there. That's so terrible. That was so scary. That sucked. I should take that picture off. I should take that picture off. Here's my son. That was something good. There's no meanness in this. This is something special that I finally got a lot of views and some recognition for something that I had filmed. It only took a few days' work, but it was like something that got a lot of recognition. It was oddly enough for only a few days' work. I think I looked fat because it was a suit from China, and oddly enough, after I got done wearing the suit, it barely fit me, and I didn't. My son wore it, and he was 9 years old, and it fit him regularly. It fit him regularly, and he was 9 years old, and skinny, kind of skinny. And the suit came directly from China. I had to like tear it so it wouldn't hurt me to wear, and it was an extra large. Anyway, there's my son. The other stuff doesn't matter at all. There's me trying to look cool or something, whatever it is. I don't know. Okay. There's me, I'm planting 9, something or another. That felt okay. I went there with Danica. I was like kind of cool, like we were like kind of famous. There's Danica. There's me. I'm glad I didn't fornicate or anything at all like that I know of, unless I wrongfully thought things in my thoughts on that movie, in production of the movie and editing it that I know of. There's Danica and me. Here's a screening at Plan 9 of the Grandin. And that's my IMDb page. Okay. Kurt Cameron. MC Hammer. Gary Busey. Golf Brooks. Golf Brooks. Let me tell you something about that. I don't talk like that. I talk like this. I talk like this. Like this. I don't talk like this. Toby Keith. Jeff Foxworthy. John Tesh. Haven't heard of him. But it says he's a Christian recording artist. Hey, Martin Sheen. Really? He's long since returned to his church. At one time, he turned his back on God in his greatest time of need. But now he has returned to the church. Martin Sheen. Kristen Chenoweth. Well, he's like not really celebrity of the kind of stuff that like we're celebrity. He's a sports person. He is a sports person. That's a little different from like the other kind of celebrities. He's a sports NFL player. I think a lot more of them are Christian. I think. I'm pretty sure. But I don't know if they'll get into heaven more or not. Tim Tebow. He may be a Republican, but he's a Christian, it says. He looks like some other Christian filmmaker I know of. He's not really famous, but he won these Clio Awards, which are the best awards you can get as a commercial director. And he lived like right in my town. He looks like this guy. He looks kind of like this guy, this person. And he did commercials and was really good at making them look professional. And he probably still does. It made, I think, a lot of money at it and stuff, but I don't know. He's not really famous, but he's like I don't know. And he's a Christian too. The other guy. And this guy's Tim Tebow. He's a sports person. Some of them might be really good, like baseball. I like baseball. I used to play baseball. I'm homo. I'm no homo. Homo. I'm okay at baseball. I know how to play basketball. I played in a sports team growing up on basketball. I had this old stupid basketball that didn't have much air in it, and they made fun of me a little bit. This one basketball thing, and I don't know, but I know how to play it, and I don't know. And I know how to play basketball, but I kind of like baseball. I kind of like baseball, but at one time I was afraid of sports. I don't know why. I was like, gosh, that was like scary to me. Robert Duvall. Aaron Eckert. Jeff Gordon. Andy Griffith. Andy Griffith. He's actually pretty good, I think. I don't know. He was so powerful and had so famous. He was into movies. He was not the famous, but he understood the life of working in movies and acting and stuff like that. But so I could kind of relate to him on that stuff because I know about that stuff. And he didn't really have ears that stuck out that much. 90 degrees, that's just that I don't know, unless he got him pinned back. That's a thing that you can do. Anyone out there, if you'd like to know, if you have ears that stick out like that, all you got to do is get them pinned back, and they make them look like regular ears. I've seen it done before. I've never had them, but I've seen it done before, and people who had ears like that, I've seen it where they fix their ears. They do something to it, and they just make them go back in towards the head. And ears are funny looking things that look all different ways, and if you look at one too long, you're like, what the heck? It looks so weird. An ear looks so weird. And so I think there's like room for something to be done to it to like change it a little bit, and it's still, it's just an ear, but the appearance of one, and they fix it and pin it back so it's not sticking out. But that doesn't look that bad anyway. Or you can keep the ears or whatever. But I don't know how plastic surgery is sinful. I don't know if that may be bad or wrong or what, but I think it's not that bad of a thing. But we're gonna get old and die anyway, or die. We're all gonna die. Donny Osmond, Latter-day Saints. That's pretty good. That's Jesus. I had no idea what he believed in. Charlton Heston. Charlton Heston. A real American man, 92. Real American. You know what you're talking about. I'm an older American man, but he's a Christian. He's a Christian. He was a Christian. Charlton Heston. He's like a real manly kind of Republican back in the days when Hollywood was Republican. Christian. Maybe like a Clint Eastwood type, kind of. He's Christian too, I think. I don't know what Charlton Heston stood for. That's pretty good. I don't know. No. Marie Osmond. Donny Osmond's sister says she's a Christian. Maybe that's good. I don't know. Yeah, you can't judge. You can't judge if she's good or bad just by saying she's a Christian, but it really helps. It really helps you to see how things really are on earth. Oh, Fred Rogers, he is almost for sure in heaven. And his wife. If there's any celebrity who made it into heaven, I think it's Fred Rogers. He was kind. His work on earth was kindness. God's work. If there's any celebrity who has lived and died, who made it into heaven, that almost for sure I know. Well, I think Johnny Cash maybe made it there. But I think Fred Rogers would. But these are just celebrities. These are celebrities. They could be false idols or who knows what. These are strangers. And you should be kind to your family. I'm not trying to... Mickey Rooney. The people you know in your real life are more important than these random people you should not look up to instead of your love, your family, your parents, friends, mostly your family. Random people you don't know who you just saw in movies may be really bad. It's stuff like how they would be in real life. We don't know. But I think Mickey Rooney's kind of good. I don't know. Who knows? These are just random people we never met. Roy Rogers. What are you doing to my butt? I'm sorry. Oh, there's a monkey on my back. Ha ha ha. No, he was an outspoken Christian. Wow, that's amazing. He made it in Hollywood as an outspoken Christian. He was a big famous one from long ago. And people remember him today still. People remember Roy Rogers, Brad Paisley. Brad Paisley. Get it away from me. I ain't gay. Brad Paisley. Ooh. Brad Paisley. Mickey Rooney. He was short. He, I think, had a relationship with Judy Garland from The Wizard of Oz. I think he had a relationship, very close relationship with Judy Garland from Wizard of Oz. And when he was young, he was really famous. And he showed up in my town one time at one of the film festivals and hung out with this lady there who was a film festival director, who's just a local, well, she was a local good person, still alive today. And she did a lot of film stuff in the town. And she's a pretty nice woman. She's still out there today. She's a really kind woman. I think she'll get into heaven. And he showed up at their film festival and was really old and hung out with them all. I think she's a Republican. I don't know. Martina McBride. She's a Christian, though. Joe Jonas. Apparently the Jonas Brothers are Christian. Ooh. Ooh. The Jonas Brothers are very young. Well, they're in their late 20s. That's pretty young. That's really young. They're actually doing that stuff, like, you know, Tim McGraw is married to Faith Hill. I don't know if they're good or not. I don't know. Here's a young guy. Well, he's born in my same year. Josh Turner. He has children. Says he's a Christian. Own up to their responsibility. Just go to Texas. Go to Texas. May turn into a Jesus-like going into Jerusalem like it at one time had to be for me the first time I tried to go see my children. That I had to be willing to risk being hurt in the ways Jesus was. It was very scary. He was hospitalized for a week. And that was the first time I tried to go to Texas to see my children a few years ago. It took a month to stop having nightmares. And I got pretty healthy for a couple days. Immediately went back not knowing what to expect. But I wanted to make sure my children were okay. And I made it to the ground on a plane. Could not believe I had made it to the ground in Houston and was okay. And was not mentally or physically like unable to. And I went back 5 more times after that. And then I just didn't know how I'd make it there again without her just saying, okay, we can go home finally. You did enough, we can go home. So I didn't know how to make it there. And I guess I gotta just go there somehow. I don't know what it'll be like. I'll leave it all up to God. I'd like to just make it there, somehow get there without any. Do you think sex would be at all a part of that? That I haven't been with her in a sexual way in 8 years. 8 years. It's not. It's okay. Maybe it'll finally be okay after all that. Who knows? Everyone's supposed to have faith. Likely. Kevin Jonas, they're all Christian apparently. He's the other Jonas person. Angela Bassett. I don't know who that is. She might be famous or something. I don't know. Yeah, she's famous. I don't know. I don't want to look at her right now. She looks like she's too like trying to act like I don't know. I don't want to look at a female that might look trying to like look like whatever. Who's this person? Emmett Smith. Oh, I know who that is. I've heard his name, of course. Emmett Smith. He's a famous, he's in the NFL. Emmett Smith. That's a big famous name for sports. Says he's a Christian. He might really be a Christian more than I know, but I don't know because I didn't follow him, but I've heard his name. I don't know who Lacey Chabert is. I don't want to even look at her. Barely even look at her the way she looks. Or this person. Oh, scary. I can kind of look at her now. Her eyes. I don't know. No, I don't want to look at this one. Might be a Christian. I don't know. Vince Gill. Beach Boys. looks like the Beach Boys. He's country singer. He's a country singer. There's a lot of country people on here. There's a lot of country people and black people and other kinds of people. Jackie Joyner Kersey. Jackie Joyner. Seems kind of an Olympic athlete. She's Christian, great. Justine Bateman, can barely look at her. She's a born again Christian. I think she might make it. She's not as into her trying to look as young as she possibly can and stuff like that. I think she's okay. I've seen other pictures of her. She seems like she's a kind person, but I can't judge her. I have no idea what she's like in real life. But I think I have a kind of good feeling. I think she's okay. Jason Aldean White. Jason Aldean White. Echo across American world. That's what I'm standing up for when I get $10 million. $10 million. Like Key and Peele sing a racist country song because they're sinners and really mean. How long does this go on? I don't know. White. If White show up, I said White. Just pretend that you were talking about Reggie White. Chattanooga, Tennessee. June Carter Cash. She might have made it into heaven, I don't know. Merle Haggard. Merle? Ah! He was a little bit racist in his music. I don't know. Unless that was the other one. He might not have been, but one of those older country singers, it may have been him, I don't know, sang some really old white country song talking about the N-word and all that, and sang it all. It's one of them. I think if you know I don't know. He's a born-again Christian, like Johnny Cash. Maybe he's Johnny Cash's friend. Maybe they all got into heaven. He is so scary to me. big sports, like best, most popular one. Oh, gosh, he's so scary, but he might make. He's so scary to me. It looks like he wants to hurt me. Maybe he's okay. I don't know. John Woo is a Christian? I know who he is because I liked his. Oh no, that's Ang Lee. John Woo. I think he's a director. Yeah, he's a director. Well, Mike Singletary, sing a good song too. Can I sing along with you, Garth Brooks? Covering dew on the ground. It's not bad, it's not brown, it's not brown. Key and Peele sang that to me. What you gonna do? Get out of here, man. Kurt Warner, NFL player. He looks actually like a kind person. For some reason. I don't know why. Looks like a more kind person, but yeah, he looks a little more like a kind person. I don't know why. I don't know. I can't judge him. Any of them. I can't judge the other guy, but he somehow looks like he's like kind. I don't know. Dikembe Mutombo. He's a Christian. He does not believe in an African religion. Smokey Robinson. Jesse Owens. Olympian. I remember that name. Olympian. Evander Holyfield. Oh, Charlie Daniels. Is he the one that had those kind of racist ones? He's a born again Christian, maybe like Johnny Cash and them. I don't know. I don't know if we'll get into heaven or not. I don't know if he was the one that had those racist songs. I think it was him instead of Merle Haggard. But I think it was him. I don't know if I can even show some of the things that... let's see. Maybe it wasn't him. Charlie Daniels, racist N-word songs. You know, he might be in heaven. Some people make mistakes. They sin. There's a chance. It doesn't mean they're going to go to hell just because he messed up a little. Or a lot. I don't know. I don't know. You have a chance to make up for your sin while you're alive. Apparently, you got to find God and Jesus before it's too late. I think it was him. Oh, he did The Devil Went Down to Georgia. Maybe he's okay. I don't know. But one of them had these songs that were like, yeah. Pat Boone. Pat Boone. He's just a regular. I haven't heard of him. He was famous for a while and maybe still is. I don't know if he's alive or not. Pat Boone. He might be very old, kind of old, you know. Mel Gibson. I was at one time, I don't know, I think he might be okay. He was one of my favorites a long time ago. Road Warrior, I thought he was so cool. And then, that was one of my favorites in film school, Road Warrior. And the older Road Warrior. And all the original Road Warrior movies I thought were cool. But looking back nowadays, they may not be a good example. And I may not like them anymore. Because I believe in God and Jesus, but I think maybe he's okay. I kind of like him somewhat, but I'm sorry that he said that stuff against black people at one time. I hope he doesn't think that way. I hope he's not that way. You know, I don't know. James Brown. He learned to be appreciative and thankful for what he had. You know, wherever we happen to be thankful and not think, oh, it's not good enough for me. Joseph Simmons. He's a big record producer with tons of money, I think. I don't know. He's Christian, it says. He's a minister. That's not Russell Simmons. This is Joseph Simmons. Gladys Knight. She's apparently a big, famous. Well, she says Church of Jesus. It says Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. That's Jesus. I think we got through 70 of them on that article on Ranker.com. Celebrities who are Christians. I don't know. I'm going to turn this off. This particular one. I don't know. Whew. What's it doing? I'm going to take a bathroom break. This is a good time to take a bathroom break. Please, God and Jesus, bless us. Please, God and Jesus, protect me from evil. Please, God and Jesus, protect me from evil. Amen. In your Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Amen. Christian. See if they have Christian music on YouTube. What is Zubershit? English translation. German.
some evil people who were sinners proclaimed that they were Christian and bad people, way sinners, nothing like the Bible said to be. They did not live God's truth on earth, and they did not do God's work on earth. And there were holy wars fought. There were holy wars fought because of people who had the way wrong idea, thinking that they're standing up for Christianity, and we're not good Christians, and we're not kind people, and they are in hell right now. They're in hell right now. So just being Christian does not guarantee you'll make it into heaven. But really knowing and understanding the Bible and living Christianity towards others, not sinning as much, being kind to others, not in a selfish way as to serve yourself, which would be some sexual thing that's bad, and that's a sin to think of anything sexual unless it's with your wife or husband, and we can't help but to sin. We're sinners. We can't escape that, but the purpose is to try to not sin as much. And those people who fought in wars to hurt others in the name of Christianity, that's not what it's about. It's not about hurting others. They didn't know what they were doing. They were not real good Christians. And they're in hell when they die. Those people that started that tried to hurt Muslim people when Jesus told us to be kind to people he told us to be kind to people, believers, non-believers, Jews, Christians, all types of people. Be kind to them. Okay, I'm taking a break. Church.
Hi.
Charlton Heston.
Do I look like a California person or something? That's not what defines us. It's being God and Jesus like. Almost afraid to try to be like any of that stuff that I once thought was cool. Once I do it without knowing, I'm just being myself and godly and Jesus like, and it somehow acts a little bit like people acted in California without knowing it. I don't know. But I don't really want to live there. I'd rather live here in Virginia at my house or wherever I have to pay my bills, because I have to pay my bills. And I want to go see my kids. So we're going to talk about some more Christian celebrities who may or may not get into heaven. But it's better, however, it's better, because you don't want to say the word but, because it means somebody's butt. However, the Bible, following the Bible, you don't want to lie about what something really is. These pages are not golden on the edges, these are white. But from this angle, it looked kind of like they had the golden pages. And you don't want to pretend it's something it's not, to try to frighten someone into thinking it's something different by doing such a fast lie that it pretends that it's something it's not, to scare someone into trying to hurt them in some way to feel better about yourself, which only makes others feel bad, like it did to me when someone called me when I talked to them on a video chat. But yeah, I feel like going to sleep. But instead, I'm going to show you some more celebrities who are Christians. Likely are more kind because they're Christian. Likely. But they may or may not know as much as we can learn by really following the Bible and the New Testament. Just because someone's a Christian doesn't mean they live that way, or know enough to really know how important it is to really live that way. I'm going to eat this big thing of peanut butter. Some kind of protein. I feel kind of tired. So, this is good. Here's a list of Christians. We talked about them. I found an article with 70 Christians who are celebrities. You don't know if they're really Christian or they're doing it because they thought it was a good move to make money as a country singer who figured, well, all those people who listen to country music are more likely to be white and Christian, so gotta act like they're Christian. Some of them may have done that, but Johnny Cash wasn't that way. He was real about it. And I don't know if some of those people are real Christians or not. I don't know. Some of them are pretty scary, probably in real life. They fly into town in a big, like, helicopter. And when they land, it's like, I don't know. How does one human being deserve that much power on earth and money? There's a chance they can get into heaven, but God is who gets all the glory. God gets all the glory, not a man to be that much better than all those people. But we can't judge them. Some of them, I don't know how, but they might get into heaven. Looks like Chelsea Noble is another Christian who's married to Kirk Cameron, who's an actress. Chelsea Noble, there's another one. Wife of Kirk Cameron, and Kirk Cameron is a Christian. Chelsea Noble. Kevin Sorbo, maybe. I don't know. No. I'm afraid to be mean to them. They're kind of different from me. You know, Kirk Cameron and Chelsea Noble may be enabled to sin more every day by the comfort that they get to enjoy on earth. And with me being separate from Danica and my kids, it maybe made it more difficult for me and made me more of a humble person or had to suffer more. And I know it probably made me suffer a lot more. And I think by being together we had it better on earth for the kind of things that, like, getting to feel better every day, getting to be more confident, getting to have more things on earth and and spend more, and just it felt better. It was happier. So I don't know if that was bad or good, but it was happier in general. I think. I don't know. Not in general. No, don't do that. Little cat. Little cat. Get away from the general. Get away from the general. That's so horrible. The people I have to make jokes about with. Might as well just act like that's not what I want to do. I don't want to be like make potty humor jokes. The little cat in the general's hands. It's crazy to think that some people try to act like a general on earth. They thought that they were that powerful. That is what the awful devil tries to get people to feel on earth. It's just bad. And who would want that inside? Who would aspire to be like these old military generals who hurt so many people? Today's general may be a kind human being, but that's not what it's. It's just awful. Like in the "Sympathy for the Devil" song, I rode a tank in the general's rank. Why would I ever listen to that song? And to think that that was like one of the songs that was on the albums that I liked. Sympathy for the Devil, it's called. Who would have sympathy for the devil? He ruined mankind. He made it so that we have to suffer. He made it so we get old. He made it so that our bodies die. He made it so that many of us get misled into a lot of sin, and maybe none of us watching now, but some of us will get sent down to hell, and he tricks them into being so bad that he has them down in hell too after they die, and he can hurt them in all this mean, horrible meanness that he used to empower himself. Then they'll all get thrown in the lake of fire for all eternity, burning and burning every waking moment, so horrible in unimaginable ways, so far from the love of God and Jesus, and feeling horrible and worse than that before, maybe worse than that before they're just thrown in a lake of fire to burn again and again, which is maybe really, really horrible. A human does not stand a chance of ever feeling okay in hell. The demons and the devil trick people into acting in sin. I'm just going to finish this video, and we're going to talk about we're going to find as many Christian celebrities as we can. We already looked at this list on Ranker of 70 celebrities. I talked about the ones who I knew were and how I thought maybe weren't, or were, and I didn't know for sure. I just added some commentary. I'm going to check on this. Some people out there are frightening, the intent that they have against me. I've done nothing wrong to deserve it. And some mean people out there don't even know that they're mean. Think about what your intent is in watching this right now. What you're trying to do to an innocent human being. Then you'll know. I'm a sinner too, but some people don't understand how bad what they're doing is. and how much I've already suffered that you don't see when I'm in front of camera looking like there's not much wrong with my face and stuff. You didn't see the 3 months of suffering that I did before here and there. You know, I'd feel okay enough to get in front of the camera. And you don't really know how much suffering I've endured, what I've gone through. Yeah, we got a good list on the IMDb. We got a good list on the IMDb. Mel Gibson, Christian, may or may not be on his way to heaven, maybe, I don't know. But from what I think, I don't know. Chris Pratt, Tyler Perry, Chuck Norris, Carrie Underwood, Kirk Cameron. Let's add some music. I don't know. That is loud. Okay. This is the IMDb's list of Christian Republicans and liberals and moderates. Christians who are celebrities. Mel Gibson, Chris Pratt, Tyler Perry, Chuck Norris, Carrie Underwood, Kirk Cameron, Denzel Washington, Pete Docter, the award-winning, Oscar award-winning director of Monsters Incorporated, up in these other ones. Okay, Kathy Ireland, Keegan-Michael Key. Oh, I had no idea. He's a Christian. He graduated a Catholic high school. hey, that's pretty cool. I kind of think they're entertaining, but I don't know. I didn't know how kind they were or what. He's Key and Peele. He's the other guy. Okay. Matthew McConaughey. He's all right. He had it very good on Earth. His family really encouraged him to be his best. And at that level, I can't imagine how he got that level. Academy Awards, you know, he really had the best of the best on Earth. That's a different kind of thing. His father was into oil in Texas. He was a gas station owner. He just owned a gas station and owned an oil pipe supply business. I don't know. Maybe he wasn't a big person into it, but I think they had money. But he's kind. Mostly, but he's had it really good on Earth. It's hard to judge him. God will judge all these people. I don't know if they'll go to heaven or hell. I hope he goes to heaven. I think he's okay. I don't know. Chance the Rapper. Kelly Clarkson. Diane Keaton. I'm gonna look her up. I don't know. Eesh. I don't know. I was gonna see if she's in this movie. You know, she's pretty famous. Diane Keaton. Christian. Dennis Quaid. Randy Quaid's brother, who kind of was a little out there for a while, but maybe he's okay too. Dennis Quaid. Kenneth Branagh, a playwright. His parents were a plumber and a carpenter. Or his dad was a plumber and a carpenter. Gary Busey. Viola Davis. Oh, and you don't want to aspire to these people. These are false idols. These are false idols if you aspire to be that way instead of aspiring to God and Jesus. It doesn't matter it doesn't matter if you're famous or not. That's not something in God's eyes that is godly as a value. It doesn't matter if you're rich, famous, good looking, have a cool house or $40,000 countertops, $300,000 Corvette, who was raised on, that those earthly things that we think are so cool that we like so much. We don't necessarily need those. They're not godly at all. We may do God's work on earth, and it may get recognized at a pretty big level when we're that good at it. And it may be that we're supposed to do that on earth, and we're not supposed to covet what other people have. Like these famous people, we shouldn't covet what they have and think that what we have is not enough. We should not aspire to be like some man or woman on earth who has a lot of money and is famous. That's a false idol. And a graven image may be wrong, like having wanting statues to be made of
people on earth being that important. That was kind of wrong in the Old Testament. The Old Testament may be, that may be right or wrong, but the New Testament is really what it's about in a lot of the Bible. And you don't aspire to be some other person. You aspire to be like Jesus, who is no longer a person. He's in heaven. He's God. You aspire to be like God or Jesus, or God and Jesus, because God is a little different from Jesus, but sometimes Jesus was a vessel for his father's will on earth, to do his work on earth. He was so much like his father and so happy to do just the work, to do the work of his father, which if there's any one thing that you'd have to be limited to, it'd be doing God's work. So you can aspire to be like God and Jesus, or your parents when you're growing up, and until you're married, unless you never get married. I got married, and then you leave your father and mother to be at one with your husband or wife. I don't know where I stand with that now. But if there's anyone you look up to on earth, it's your parents. No random other people. Maybe a little bit an older sibling, but mostly your parents. Or, as an equal, your husband or wife. And God and Jesus are in heaven, but God's also omniscient, everywhere, at all times, knows everything about the past, present, future, everything that's ever existed, because he created everything. God created everything. He's omniscient, omnipowerful. God can protect you from the devil and evil. And Jesus can protect you from evil and temptation and sin. So, these are Christians who believe that. And, well, supposedly, they may not know as much as I do, or they may know way more than I do about Christianity. But they call themselves Christians. And you shouldn't aspire to be like them. That's wrong. That's looking up to a false idol. You put God and Jesus before you. And sitting fucking so long. Sorry, I'm a sinner too. I'd like to actually be working out every day. It's okay. I'm sorry. I messed up. I said an F word. I'm a sinner, 'cause I'm a human being. Viola Davis. Who is that? Some famous person, apparently, who's a Christian. Carucci. Carucci. Some man who has like $400 million might go, like he might, like if he saw that, I don't know how to pronounce her name properly. Carucci Tran. Wow, she started as a celebrity stylist. And she became kind of like a famous person. Or a famous person, I don't know. An actress. Hugh Jackman. I didn't know he was a Christian. He's a Christian. He's a Christian.
Okay. Now, at one time, I think I looked up to him. Maybe, I'm not sure, but maybe he was like a small amount of a false idol. May have never looked up to a false idol, but at one time, I wanted to have his physique and be popular like he was in Hollywood, to where I was making a big living at it, and I was that famous, and everyone thought I was so cool. At one time, I looked up to that as something, him as something. I kind of wanted to do something like that. So I don't know if that was a false idol or not. I don't know. Normani. Tori Kelly, Christian. Kanye West. That's a miracle. All the weird stuff the random ideas he had, and he found God in Jesus, and he's a Christian. He called his album Jesus is King. He finally found the truth through all that random stuff he thought was right, may or may not have been right. Like so many of us didn't know what we were talking about. He found God's truth in Jesus. What's most important. I hope he doesn't sin too much. She is a Christian? Kim Kardashian, it says, is a Christian. Stephen Baldwin, he's a real Christian, as far as I know. He is really a Christian. Debbie Ryan. Caitlyn Jenner.
They threw a basketball at my asshole, dude. Come on, run it out of here.
Like she'd do something like that. Like, can you imagine her being?
What'd they do to me? They hurt me. You can't make fun of me. Shit, I'm an athlete. I'm at your house.
Like what? Can you imagine her? Like, oh my gosh, she might be athletic and strong. No. Putin. What would you say to her that's funny or not without making fun of her in a way that's like kind of scary to me? Caitlyn Jenner. She's a Christian and she says she's a Republican? That is so different from, like, she changed her body, that he changed his body that God gave him to be a man and to marry a woman. But maybe there's some way that that person can get into heaven. I don't know how. I can't see how. I don't know. I can't see how that person would get into heaven, but maybe there's some way. Steve Harvey. Steve Harvey. Steve Harvey. Steve Harvey. Steve Harvey. $300 million, Steve Harvey. Steve Harvey. I don't know. David Oyelowo. It's so funny thinking about Caitlyn Jenner, like a real athlete. Like she's like really athletic and runs around fast, like almost like an Illuminati, but not quite. Like I can picture like a short film or something with like some like kind of skinny but strong, like some muscle on a person who's like athletic, able to run around and do these things, like running through the woods and stuff, and like and like you know, but not like me. That's not like me. I'm not like an Illuminati shapeshifter, which is a BS way of demons empowering people on Earth to pretend that they have the powers that the demons really have, to act like they're big and scary, and that leads to hell. That's using their ways to be mean to others and lie and pretend that there's something that they're not. It's a lie, and it's worse than that because it's used to frighten and hurt others in some ways. That's sinful, and it's wrong. It's just not true. Why would you want? You can never be a demon. You can never be a demon. A human will always be a human being. A human will always be a human being. But the devil and the demons try to trick people into thinking they can do that. But Caitlyn Jenner, that is supposed to be seen as normal and like, oh, okay. Oh my gosh. I don't know what to think of it. I don't know. I can't comment on that. I don't know what to think about that. I'm afraid to say, ha, ha, ha. Is that good enough? I don't think it's right. I know it's wrong. It's a really bad sin to try to change what God made her as far as her sex. Or as far as her sex. I can understand little things like making your eyebrows look a little better, shaving your skin, people doing things to their body hair to make it like, you know, they don't like the way the body hair looks, so they're just going to shave it all off or something like that. But like changing who they are as a man or a woman, that I can't imagine. I can't imagine what that person's going to be like in hell or in heaven, you know. I can't say that person's going to hell, but when they die, that person's going to look like a man again. That person will look like a man again when that person dies. That was how God created that person, not as a woman. That's really sinful that's really sinful, but that's kind of in the Old Testament. I don't know how much it's said in the New Testament, but that's pretty bad. And that's like a sin that I don't quite understand as much these days. I used to think that they were kind of cool and be nice to them and stuff, like trannies and ladyboys and stuff. I used to be kind of nice to them. There's one who fixed our computer when I was with Danica. And I didn't think anything gay about it. The person was strong, but skinny, like really low body fat. Like kind of like Caitlyn Jenner, and worked on computers. And was a genius at fixing Mac computers. A genius. Had been doing computers since the early 80s or 70s. This person was a genius and like retrieved all this lost info, all this, I don't know. But her name was Cindy. And she was like skinny and dressed like a woman, had kind of an older manly face. And we were friends with her a little bit. When we needed someone to work on our computer, we'd call her. She was the genius who knew how to fix the computers the best. But I don't believe in that, and it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad doing a transgender thing to someone's body, turning into a woman. I don't know how they'd be saved. I don't know how that person would make it into heaven unless they really give their body and give their body to God and Jesus and soul to God and Jesus before it's too late and not dressed that way. I think it's a pretty bad sin. I think it's a really bad sin, kind of, or pretty bad sin. Not a really, really bad sin, but a pretty bad sin. So maybe there's some way it'd be forgiven, but I don't know. David Olo. Tara G. P. Henson, Kate Upton. Oh no! Afraid to look at it. Look at her. Zachary Levi. He's a man, baby, is what somebody would say who comments on my videos. At this point, I've got to get protein. I've got to eat food. I don't know how long this has been sitting out in the open air, but I don't care. Make sure I have a little bit of food. Chadwick Boseman. Whoa. Big political movie called Black Panthers that went huge. And he was the star of it. And after that movie, Stan Lee died. He had it pretty difficult for a while. And Chad Boseman, the main actor of the movie, died. It was a big box office success. It earned like billions of dollars, I think. It was one of the highest earning films maybe of all time. So, and they called it Black Panther. So if you can imagine maybe some of the things people thought about Stan Lee after that, and he didn't care. He wanted to make a statement and do things in that way. I guess after maybe he was making up for sin he had personally done in the past, but I think that had something to do with his death. But I don't know. Like he did like a big risky political statement, Black Panther, like that movement, and went that huge. Like it was one of the biggest films, and I think that had something to do with Stan Lee dying and that guy dying. I don't know at all. Maybe it had nothing to do with it, and who knows about that conspiracy theory, whatever the heck that is. That's the theory. It's nothing. I don't know what any of that stuff really means, or if it's true or not. The Bible is what's real. God and Jesus. Lacey Chatterbait. No, not the Bible. The Bible is good. I can't look at that person. It looks like she's wearing an actual bra. From Perv, Mississippi. I can't look at that person. I can't. Something about oil. We're in an oil company. Who knows? Justin Bieber. I messed up a little. I was like, this person could be a kind person, but I think she's really wearing a bra in the picture. It doesn't matter. I wouldn't be angry. I wouldn't do anything mean to her. You barely look at her and imagine. It's terrible. It's such a kind, I'm such a kind person. But I sin too. I look at attractive women sometimes. But I think of it as not random women. I try to not lust after any random women. Hailey Bieber. This is Justin Bieber's wife. Dove Cameron. At least her body's covered up. I can barely look at it without thinking of some, like, I don't know. Kelsey Grammer. No. Kelsey Grammer. Maybe he's a good person. F. Murray Abraham. Why is it only 40 people? Wait, did I see Hulk Hogan on here? Oh, there's Hulk Hogan. There's Hulk Hogan. Look at this person. I can barely... It is so much God's work to think about what it might turn into out there. But look at this. Who is that? It looks a little too much like my friend's wife, so it's like, I don't want to be interested in that. I don't want to look at that. Get me away from it. Oh, he has the best values ever. No. I'm trying to turn it off. I keep trying to turn it off. Ugh. Ugh. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. I don't want to fucking die. I don't want to be so kind and godly as to say that that woman's not attractive to some men or whatever. It's so difficult to look at all of them. What do you do? Never think of sex? Sucks. I wouldn't even, in real life, it would feel awkward just because they were there in front of me. And I wouldn't be able to say it and just jerk away as I just did. I'd be doing this the whole fucking time because she was more attractive. That's how fucking horrible my life is. And guess what? I wouldn't shoot myself in the head. It'd be a fucking confetti gun shooting confetti on me because I'm not going to kill myself. So that's good. At least I'm not going to kill myself. Why the fuck would I want to go out there doing such God's work everywhere I go, acting like this? Shit. That's not shit. But should I turn into shit and be dead in a casket? No. So I like it better here sometimes because it's so much God's work going out there. And you know, it's possible for it to feel okay to myself personally too, in a way that's not just kind to everyone else. Do you think that I go to my phone and act like this is important? You know who would call this? No one. No one. I've been isolated away from human contact for 6 years, for 5 years, because of the sin that I did. Not being with my wife. I didn't know. I thought I was supposed to get a divorce. So I tried to meet other people and be like a single guy. I thought I'm supposed to find some other wife. It was horrible. And then then I had to suffer for years alone. And Al was like another human being who lived here. And you know, you may have seen him in the videos, and Al. And there's obviously nothing sexual about that. they have to live that way and try to find a non-selfish value of living for others. When I couldn't do movies here, or I did get to do videos last year for about a year, and that gave me hope to be able to make a living at that one day. The act of actually doing it and enjoying it, I don't know if I know it's some kind of work that I'm good at that is not horrible. And there are times I worked very hard on it last year, and this is like what it's like to be a Christian. You gotta make up for the sin. You can't just go and fornicate with every attractive woman who you notice and try to act like you're cool. Like it feels wrong. Well, that level of stuff would feel wrong and bad. It would just be wrong and bad, and it's not something you want to do. And I think that's one reason why. Oh, and it's sin, and along with that sin comes STDs. That God, well, the devil messed up. Not see, the sin causes our death. The sin that we do causes our death. Fornication may not cause our death, but it's a small amount of sin. It's a small amount of sin, and the sin eventually, we can't help but to sin because we're human beings. We're human beings, and we're going to die eventually. But eventually, when we die, that is from our sin or the sin of others hurting us. Like how those sinful, bad people killed Jesus when he didn't sin at all. He's the only human who ever lived who did not sin. That's Jesus. And their sin killed him. His sin did not kill him. And I can't imagine how, but he did not sin. And it's hard for me because I can't say the word hard because it sounds like a hard penis. Can't even say the word hard, like hard work, because it sounds like, ugh. I never talked that way anyway. I didn't really, well, in my particular way of sin, I didn't say that. And I'm still living. I may live to be long, or I may die right now. And oddly enough, I don't want to die and go to heaven right now. But for so long, that was a way to feel like maybe it'd finally be okay. That was my way to feel like it would finally be okay. Like the second coming of God and Jesus, it'd be difficult for 7 years, really difficult when you're really put to when people who, not, I don't know about you, but whoever lives to live through the second coming on earth, the tribulation, when the evil stuff in hell is going to try to fight God and really try to win, there's no chance. And God is powerful beyond anything, and beautiful and good and godly and kind ways that there's no sin. There's no sin with God, and the devil can't win against it. So what's going to happen during the tribulation, and no one knows when it is besides God. So those people who don't know what they're talking about, the end of the world is coming, oh, those crazy ass sounding people, they sound crazy because they don't know the real truth. They don't know the real truth about what the Bible says. And the Bible says, or the New Testament and some of the Bible says, the only one who knows when the end of the world is when the tribulation is going to happen. It's not even called the end of the world. It's the tribulation. Is God. God's the only one. Jesus doesn't even have that information. He does not know that particularly. He knows a lot, Jesus knows almost everything there is to know, but God knows everything there is to know. And humans don't know as much, but supposedly after we die, we have an almost all understanding idea of what everything is about with sin and good. And it's all about God and Jesus. It's not about sin. But I don't know if that's true or not after we die. That was something I've watched all these people who died and came back to life. They kept living. And when I was younger, I was pretty mean in my thoughts. But even at my worst, I wouldn't want to pressure someone in my thoughts. Even when I was so horrible when I was younger, I wouldn't want to pressure them so bad that they would actually die. Couldn't have ever done that as powerful as I thought I was. But it's bad. And I know now that I found God in Jesus not to even think in those ways, like, I'm big and powerful and mean, bad. Don't even ever try to be like that, because the only hope you'll have is to really pretty much, well, besides that, I don't know, but to find God in Jesus, that's your only real hope, to not be those sinful ways. And this shows you what's really bad and good. This shows you what's good. And it shows you what not to do. All the kinds of sin and stuff that's bad. Or it shows you what's in the Bible. So no, I don't say that. I don't do that. I'd like to get all the celebrities on the list of Christian celebrities so I can have the best list online, so it gets enough views to have a hope of paying my bills for this one video that I can put the tag words and Google search words or whatever in to show up on YouTube and somewhat on Google, so it makes enough views and maybe makes a little more money, and I can finally not have to worry about doing something that's really frightening or something that might make me feel so horrible that I don't want to do, that's so difficult that it may hurt me. And I'd finally have enough money in my selfish way. And that's my plan. That's not God and Jesus' plan. God and Jesus have a different plan from our selfish personal plan. But even our thing that we think is our plan may be godly if we're good and kind enough. If we're good and kind enough. But we're supposed to trust in God and Jesus and God's plan for us. We're supposed to trust in God. Hi. We're supposed to trust in God and Jesus's plan, well, God's plan for us. And there's so much more to learn about the Bible that I don't know about, but I know a lot and I know enough to be a kind person and to do God's work on earth. No. I don't want to act like I did when I was 12 or 13. I want to do what's right and good and righteous and right. I think when I was 12 and 13, I was a little bit of a sinner. I didn't know. And my kids have kind of ended up becoming like I was when I was about that age. The same kind of stuff, I think. I don't know. And I turned out okay, but I'm going to be there for them, make sure that they're okay. I don't know. It'd be a lot better if, say, like, it'd be a lot, I don't know. I'd like to be with Danica and the kids and not have to do anything other people's way. It's been years of this already. Years of this already. Why should I have to see other people who have a bunch of money and have to be around them to see my own children? Why should I have to be around those people to see my own children? They're good. They're good. They're good people. I hope they go to heaven. Can I have my children back? My children were taken there 4 years ago. 4 years ago. That they didn't really take them away from me. Maybe God wanted it that way. Can I have my children? May I have my children back? May I have my children back? I don't want to slap and hurt myself so hard. I would like my children back. Please, Danica, allow the children to fly here. They can stay here. My mom will give you some money. My mom will give you some money. Maybe if I'm allowed to actually see them again, I can save their souls and make almost for sure that they'll make it into heaven. Okay? Because I'm a good father, and that's my job, is to be a good father and then help them as much as I possibly can. And now I know it's not about earthly things. It's not about them being the most popular, big, famous person who's a famous person and doesn't have to suffer on earth. I know it's about their soul, being kind, and not in a selfish way, all for their soul, but for them to know about how to really be kind to others. That's what's really important, is be kind to others and not sinning as much. And I know what it's about, and I found the truth. I found the truth about everything, about God's truth, about how to live. I'm supposed to be a good father to them. It tells me in here. See this soy milk? Only allowed that much. I don't know. Can't have 5 of them, because guess what? Where did the soy originate? That's why. Yo, man. Better be a confetti bomb you're shooting at your fucking head, because you'll never kill yourself, John Birmingham, as you talk to yourself. It's okay. They may not have like to drink 1 whole container of soy milk the way it used to taste, with it not hurting my body. And then, if I feel like it, later in the day, have another thing of protein. It's not quite that way. Not too much of anything. Well, there's a way to eat that some foods you can eat as much as you feel like it. Maybe. That sounded a little bit bad, so maybe you can't. But there's a way to be a super athlete and eat as much food as you feel like it. And I know for a fact that is true because I lived and became that one time when I was never able to do that leading up to that. And it was because of really intense workouts, really long workouts, really a lot of working out, a lot of weights. The weight training. You can't do it when you're doing this aerobic that's like really, really fast, and maybe they're super athletes. I don't know. It's a little different for me, and I would never try to judge them because they have low body fat, and they have muscle, and they're really healthy. Some of that cardio really works. But in my experience, I found that weight training was the only way that I was able to get the appearance that I had wanted, that I had made fun of. So somehow I found out by working out with weights, you build muscle. Your hard work at actually working out with weights builds muscle and strengthens all the tendons and joints and everything. It's pretty amazing. And that's not what's most important. That's just your physical body. Your soul is way more important. Your soul is forever. But your body's important too. You don't want to throw away your good health. It's not the most important. God and Jesus are the most important. Now, you may be put to the test. I may be put to the test for saying that. Because some people will say, maybe by me trying to preach how to help your body, I was trying to help other people's bodies, that strength training can do wonders for the physical health. It can do wonders for the physical health, for your physical health, but that's just the physical body. That's a small thing. You know, some people are able to not do strength training and they can live longer. Doesn't necessarily mean a longer life, but I found it helps. That's just a small thing. There's plenty of old people who live really, really long and did never do strength training. And that's not what it's about. It's not about trying to live as long as you can. It's not about trying to live as long as you can on earth forever with your work to be so famous that's remembered forever. You know, that's bad. That's just wrong and bad. You don't want to challenge people like that too much unless you help them to understand. You don't want to challenge them. You just want to tell them, you know, some of them are willing to sin. There's a way to do it that Jesus would be able to tell them and really be able to help them, especially today, without him being tortured or something like that, or you know, suffering in smaller ways on earth. That wasn't as bad, but it was a lot of work for him to do. I've put my body through so much neglect of my health and body for others. Let them know this book is important. Thought of my hands being so old and like Can you imagine trying to visualize your body being disintegrated and dead to show the importance of the soul? Because people think that you're trying to do something with your physical appearance a lot, which is just kind of how I feel a little better on earth and healthier. I think it goes with my health, but sometimes it may. Maybe one day I won't look as healthy or I won't look as attractive, and it won't help. I don't know. Maybe it won't help my health either. I don't know, but that's likely because our bodies deteriorate, or I may die before then. I don't know. It has been so much to endure. The mental stuff, that's been difficult. I don't want to talk about my physical health, but I have it better than most apparently. That has not been much of a problem. That has not really been a problem with my physical health. But it was, man, no. It's like, why would I go to a church out there? It smells like a church. Smells like a church. Okay. My children are 1,000 miles away. What am I doing here? What would I do? Go to my parents' house or go to New York like they thought maybe I'd go? Why would I be further away from my children? And Danica. I don't want to think about it. That's the only thing I can do when it's too difficult. I can't let it get me depressed anymore. I found a way to no longer suffer with depression for years, every day, looking up every way to how to kill myself and having it feel so horrible and crying every day, sometimes for hours, for a year or more. When I never cried like that when I was younger. Even when I was a liberal, I never cried that much. I cried once every few years or something. You know, as much anxiety as I had to go through, you're worried about stuff. I was still excited about maybe one day, my hard work will pay off. But then it was just too much. It was too much to do, and I gave up. But now I found a way to, instead of having it way too difficult, I found a way. Wait a second. I can just drop it and not think about it. That's all I can do. I can't think about it too much. As difficult as how am I going to get to Texas, stuff like that. That is I mean, what did you just get on a plane? COVID-19's out there. Am I in health enough to go on a plane? Did I not have caffeine to make sure that I'd be in a mentally okay enough place to not be hospitalized for a week like happened the first time I tried to go there? I was so worried what was happening to them. They had been gone for so long. And had nightmares for a month after that. And as soon as I started getting a little better for 2 days of working out, being a little bit of a jerk or something, and I wasn't worried anymore, I flew right there as soon as I was able. And I did not know if it was going to happen to me again, and I went there anyway. And it's probably not going to happen to me again. I had to go to a hospital because I don't know what it would be so scary about it. But that back then it was one of my worst fears, going to a hospital, just being in a hospital. And I had to be hospitalized in one. But that was one of my worst fears. Like, I couldn't imagine even having to go there for something. It was pretty scary at the time. And this other stuff. And I'm not going to tell you about what it is. And I had to be hospitalized. I hadn't slept in a long time. And I had to learn on my own how to get sleep. I had to learn on my own how to get sleep off of or on the medicine. That long story. She wasn't there for me to say, wait, have you slept? Like after a few days of only getting an hour or two of sleep a night, which turned into weeks or a week or two. And I was so happy because I was off the medicine, had no appetite, and I was losing weight. So I didn't think, wait, I only got 1 hour of sleep that night. I only got 2 hours of sleep that night. I did not sleep that night. I maybe tried to go to sleep and got half an hour during the day. Wasn't working. Then it was like people were pissed off that I wasn't working, or and it was just everything hit me at once, and something horrible happened around. It was really bad. The end of 2014. I didn't do that bad. I thought mean things in my thoughts. It was terrible. And I had to go across country. God wanted me to, like a Jesus-like thing. There's actually an eclipse when I went across country, like Jesus, like happened to Jesus when he was on the cross. But I don't know if that had any significance or not. But it was a very Jesus-like thing going across where I went across the country, when I went out into the America to try to save anyone I may have been mean to at a big political level, my thoughts, and made it so kind and godly and Jesus-like that they ended up being okay by some miracle. I was willing to be tortured, hurt, these horrible things, faced all my fears. Fear of getting AIDS, fear of way worse than that was shown to me in these underground places I didn't know was hell. I was willing to, worst to happen to me to help, to do what God and Jesus wanted me to, on faith alone. On faith alone. I didn't know as much as I know about God and Jesus now, and I didn't know those places were hell that were shown to me, that were like underground places. I thought it was like some Illuminati thing that they had access to on Earth, that the really rich people would go down there sometimes and stuff. And that's not true. It's nonsense. It was hell. It was hell that's shown to us, and that's told, not shown to us. Thank God. If you haven't seen what it's like, it's really bad. It tells us about it here in the Bible. Probably just not show my face if it looks this bad. I'd rather not think about it. That's what it looks like. It makes me feel terrible. Oh. Here's some of the celebrity Christians. Very wealthy, rich people who got things on earth. That is not what we're supposed to aspire to. The Bible is what we're supposed to aspire to. God and Jesus. Not aspire to, look up to, Whether or not I'm fucking dead or not. Think I give a fuck? I'd rather be in heaven, if you want the truth. I'm tired of making it feel like my ass is aspiring or some shit because I'm working out, because I'm a fag. Fuck you. That's how I feel about my anxiety. I did not forgive you. I obviously did not forgive you right there. Whoever was making me feel anxiety, like my parents making me feel like I'm a fag because they're trying to look young. I've had enough, okay? I don't know if you understand the depression that I endured for years, every day, wanting to die because guess what? They took my children away. Somehow my children got taken away from me. I'm not going to blame a man who may have been the one that did it or not. I don't know. And I messed up right then. I just happen to feel better about my face looking okay when it doesn't look bad. You know why? Because they made fun of every inch of my face and my body growing up, okay? I wasn't aware that I looked good even when I did look good. Did not get to enjoy the feeling of thinking that I looked good as far as I was aware. And I kept my shirt on no matter what my body looked like until I was 25 years old. I could not swim in swimming pools with my shirt off until I was 25 years old. Or 20, 24, or there were 2 or 3 times when I pulled it off. But around my parents, no way. It made me feel awkward for them to see me with no shirt on. I had to cover it up unless I was fat. I don't know why. But they helped me be healthy. And they raised me to believe in God and Jesus, that's for sure. And they're good people. And they did not encourage me to, well, maybe they did and I didn't even know it. Maybe I looked good and I didn't even know it. I was so traumatized and affected by people making fun of me for saying I was fat on all those teams, and they made me take my shirt off and stuff when I was like a kid. And I was like the second fattest one. And just felt like, why are they exposing something that makes me look worse than almost everybody? And I had to be a part of that. They made me do the scoliosis tests, taking my shirt off, bending over in front of everyone, the fat showing, in front of all the girls, sitting there watching us all as we took our shirts off one at a time in front of all of them in the gym. I'm not going to say which teacher made me do that because I'm not against that guy. Whatever it was. That was one time. There were so many times on sports teams that they made me take my body image growing up. It was kind of like a mind over matter that I did, and extraordinary hard work. And for the first time, I actually had to make myself eat more food. I couldn't have imagined becoming like one of those skinny people that actually had to try to eat more food. And and then I was a super athlete, probably one of the best in Southern California. I only got one picture of it that really showed about how like super athlete. I mean, it was unbelievable. I did it. It's so long ago. It was a long time ago. It was a while ago. You know, I was afraid to take my shirt off in public from the age of 10 to, I don't know. And just one small thing. It wasn't that bad. Ooh, you worked out eventually, gave you a complex, and you worked out and got in really good health. But it's like kind of a part of me. Like I suffered a lot with like thinking, hey, I didn't look good enough. Maybe I looked good the whole time and didn't even know. I don't know. Who knows? At one time, it felt so bad I started being mean intentionally. It was a sin. It was pretty bad. And that's what caused my depression. That's what it came back to hurt me is the sin kills us. It made me depressed eventually. I never would have imagined becoming depressed, but I intentionally, for the first time in my life, I'd never done anything that horrible. I was intentionally mean to others in my thoughts for personal gain. It was terrible. It was when I was in grad school, and they had made fun of me so much I thought I was going to die of a heart attack. I thought I was going to die of a heart attack. I looked at a billboard. I was commuting 6 hours a day. I was staying in the little corner of my friend and his wife's one-bedroom apartment.
it was hard. It felt so difficult, and I was trying to make good grades and graduate early at one of the best film schools, and it was not easy. And I was afraid to socialize because I was waiting for Danica. It felt wrong to party with those random people and stuff, so I'd say no, I can't party, I can't hang out. And eventually I kind of snapped. After all those years in schools, all those years of feeling like not the best, I intentionally attacked the really popular kid. I tried to ruin his relationship with some of his other people without saying any words out loud about it, but with the intent of attacking the most popular one and bringing social equality. It was bad. It was so mean. And before that, I thought I was going to die. It felt so bad. I felt so picked on by that guy and everyone. And all those people from all those years in schools of like feeling not that great. And it was like I lost it, and I started being intentionally mean to him in my thoughts. It was terrible, the things that went through my thoughts, and I followed every law, and it was not that good. I started working weights really hard. That was the only thing that actually made my body stronger and healthier and look better, was the actual work that I did in the gym and the diet, the healthy food, and the meanness. All that meanness I thought in my thoughts, lifting weights and thinking the neighbor's so fat because I was pissed off that he was a big jock and he thought I was skinny when I first moved into my own apartment there. I was so pissed off at him, and I started lifting weights and kept visualizing him being fat until when I left, I think he was a little fat, but I don't know. And I was so mean in my thoughts. And then all that meanness towards others that I did came back to me when I went back to the East Coast, when I went back to get married and settled down and had gained some weight, 20 pounds, whatever. I became depressed for the first time. I wanted to hurt my own self. It all came back to hurt me. All that meanness I did towards others came back to make me want to hurt myself. It was so horrible. And that's the sin. When you're mean towards others, it comes back to hurt you. And the devil, who started all the sin, horrible person, all the meanness towards others, he will burn in the lake of fire for all eternity. He had life in he had eternal life in heaven, in paradise, and now he'll burn in the lake of fire for all eternity. But this is years ago. I have not sinned that way. It was for a short time. It was only like I think a few years the most. I was like intentionally mean to people. I'd kind of strayed from God, and then I really had to make up for it, and it was not easy. And I think if I died now, I'd go to heaven, but I don't want to be a mean jerk. I can only imagine. My parents might be pissed because I said some mean ass stuff, and I wasn't really talking about them. I was saying to like whoever fucking thought about me. I didn't know. I said some mean stuff in this video. I lost it. Stupid thing to do. That's what I'm trying to not do. Ever do that. I don't want to ever do that. It's so stupid. But that was my sin. I kind of lost it. Fuck you. Like a Trace Atkins, somebody who's Christian. Trace Atkins, he says he's Christian, but fuck you, man. No, that's horrible. I would never say that about them. I'm not at all mean in those ways I used to be. Please forgive me for saying that mean stuff, whoever I may have said that about, who I thought was watching this or something. I can't do that anymore. It was horrible how mean of a person. That meanness is what leads people to hell. That meanness is what leads people to hell. It's not worth being that way. I don't know how I made there, why I started being mean. I don't know. But I'm kind. I've had enough of it hurting my body. People trying to hurt my body.
I don't know what it is. I don't want to really suffer with my body after what I had to go through in my mind. And I think none of them had to, as difficult as I had it. And the way my dad raised me was a good way, that he went to Vietnam and it was terrifying and horrible, and he would not see a psychiatrist after that, because in our family, it was like there's a way to keep being okay and not have to act like we're crazy, or not have to see a psychiatrist, and not give up like those people with shell shock, who some of them ended up being okay anyway after treatment. But there is something about that we are supposed to be okay even if it was that difficult. And it was so difficult. And I don't know. But I was willing to risk my health and horrible things happening to me, and went out there for Jesus and kindness and good. It did not matter what happened to me. I was willing for my worst fears to happen. To be a good, kind person. So it's not easy to make up for it once people sin that much. I don't know how some of them will get into heaven. It's not easy. I don't know what else I'll have to do on earth. And it's not that bad, but who knows? You know, as long as there's no evil around me, but I'm not going to be mean again. No, I won't be mean again. I don't have to be mean again, because I found God in Jesus, and know what it's really all about now. If it's hurting somebody that bad, what are you going to do? What's going to happen to me? We just lay in a bed, in a hospital bed, if it's hurting that bad. You know, you get to lay there. You finally don't have to work. You know, you finally have to not have to work. But I can imagine that suffering being horrible, horrible, horrible. But for me personally, hey, suck. It would suck for stuff, because we all have to suffer. Not suffer, but you know, it says in the Bible suffer, but I don't know if that's true or not. It's not really that bad. It's not really that bad as we think. In hell is where it's really bad. It's not that bad up here. It can't be that bad here. It's not that bad here. Presley. I gotta make my Presley video. Gotta talk about Presley and Presley. Presley. No. Mr. D. No. I don't want to talk to those people. Make me feel like, it just felt so horrible. It ruined like everything I was doing. And my thoughts. Felt like it feels like something has held back my videos from getting a lot of views for a long time. I don't know what it is. It's not people in my life. It's not just supposed to be. It was supposed to be that way. Littler than I fucking thought. It's not the appearance of the stuff that I care about at all. It's the getting to be with my kids and Danica, unless that's something God doesn't want me to do. It's about just doing things God's way, and it's different than I thought it would be. But maybe somehow I have to think to myself, hey, just because I don't have plenty of money to retire and that will be okay finally forever, it's because God wants me to do other things that I probably wouldn't do if I had plenty of money, maybe. I guess. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. It's just not possible for my parents to help me enough with the money they have. They can't. I think, unless, shit, let's face reality. Of course they can. They just don't want to do it. Because they've already helped me so much. I don't know. You know, if they gave me 1/5 of their money that they have saved, I'd have my family back. I'd be so happy. I could work on higher quality films for my channel, or just do no budget films. I wouldn't put any budget into them. I'd save so much. I'd spend the same way I do now. I'd save so much. I'd spend the same way I do now. However, hey, I'd have the next long time. But it's just not possible. They want their money. They worked hard for it. They worked like 5 jobs between them both. They deserve it, I guess. They don't. You know, I really think that, you know, I know they could give me 1/5 of the money that they have, and it would mean, as long as they didn't know what the difference was on paper, it would affect them zero until after their death, and in heaven it would affect them not at all if they gave me 1/5 of their money, as long as they saw the same numbers on paper. It's not going to affect the way they live their lives. It's not going to affect the way they spend money. It would affect them not at all. They would not even know. They'd still keep trying to work as hard as they do. They'd still have a lot of money saved up. It would not make a difference. And you know what? It would change my life. I'd finally have my children back, and maybe Danica would give me a chance, but I don't know. If she wants me for something like that, I don't want that. I want her to at least have the kids in my life, and then that's up to God for her to love me in that way or not. I can't buy that. And that song by the Beatles, I'm not going to comment on, but they're not Christian. Anyway, maybe it's good. There might be some good about the Beatles, but I'd rather... I don't want to talk about it. So that's how that is. My parents could give me 1/5 of the money they have saved that they saved their whole life, and they, as long as it looked the same on paper, if it wasn't the same and they actually had less, they would never know the difference. And it would not affect their lives at all, but it would change my life for the better. It would change my life. I finally would not have to suffer as much. I would not have to worry about how I'm going to pay the bills. Trying to pay the bills in like these ways when I'd like to just be able to go to Texas and not have to stay at the poor places or the $62 a night places, because I'm worried about, wow, that's every night taking $62 from you just to be there. Or the hope that she'd finally let me in her house again, like she let me in her house the last time I was there, I think, or one of the times that I went there. She let me stay there for 7 days. Ugh, can't imagine. And I can't imagine not getting. And if I finally had enough money, my problems would be solved. I could buy her a $280,000 house, $240,000 house in Roanoke. That would count as the child support. I'd spend no more money on anything. I wouldn't even have a car. I'd still keep borrowing my parents' cheap car. But I don't know what I'd do about that. I'd rather have no car than think about that. I might say, look, I don't need a car. I can finally not worry about that. I'll take a bike or whatever. I don't care. I don't like driving that much. Unless it's with Danica and the kids again. That was okay. And they wouldn't even know. They could give me 1/5 of all the money they had saved their entire lives, and it would change my life forever. Probably for the better. Well, I know for the better. It would change my life for the better. Not forever, but it would probably get my children back in this town and maybe save my life. But they do things in a way as to they have way more money than everybody in this town, but it's not their fault. You can't take their money from them. I don't know if it's, it would be wrong to take it from them, but I know if they gave me 1/5 of the money they had, they would change my life and I'd be okay, and they wouldn't even know the difference, as long as it would not affect the way they spend every day. As long as they acted, as long as they thought they still had the same money on paper, they never get down to a net worth where it would affect them at all, where they know the difference. They never know. If God wanted to take 1/5 of their money and give it to me, they would never know the difference, and it would make my life finally okay in ways that I could see my children. Be able to see my children in a regular way and not worry about money so much. How long do you stay? How much is it going to cost? Other stuff like that. I could say, hey, a $280,000 house, and you get to stay in it free of rent, and I'll buy it. For 200 something, we'd find a house that she could live in here, and she'd sell her house, and I don't know, but I could get her in Roanoke. And I wouldn't have to worry about working at something that made me want to die. I couldn't imagine having to do, unless I don't have to now. It would be a miracle if I don't have to anymore. Like, maybe I don't have to work at something that makes me want to die. I don't know. But that has been so frightening for a while. But it's okay. But it's mostly been okay. My parents helped me with so much money anyway. Through the years, they must have given me millions of dollars. They must have given me $1 million or something, Literally must have given me $2 million or more, 2 or 3 million since I was a kid. since I was a baby. All the money, that's 40 years or something. It didn't affect them. They have 40 times the net worth as I do or something. They have like 40 times as much money as anyone that we know. Sometimes 10,000 times as much as people have. They helped me, but it was almost impossible to get on my own, but I got on my own at one time. It took a tremendous amount of work. I don't know how I did it. Meanwhile, some people have like so much more money than us. Kanye West might spend, I don't know. They have so much more money. But we have kind of some money. I helped my parents. I believed in them to make a lot more money. I worked for them for years. So I'm gonna keep living. I'm not gonna kill myself unless God wants to take me. I'm happy to go right now, but I'm not supposed to. I finally got happy about having a reason to live now. That's exciting. That's maybe be okay. Maybe it feels happy again. So I don't really want to die. It wasn't like that for years. It was horrible. But last year was okay, because I had a hope of, whatever the fuck hope means, whatever that means. It's in the Bible, so. But last year I had, I don't know. I had a chance to make a living finally at my videos. And I worked on videos so much. I don't know why it wasn't enough or what more you have to do, but you kind of have to, I don't know, maybe it's the right timing or something. That's what it is. Maybe one day it'll be like, wow, it's really working this time. It just takes working at something so long that some of them do your best work for a long time, a really long time. And some of it's gonna be okay because you're good at what you do. That's what being a celebrity is. You work at it really hard, and it's way, way longer than you'd ever imagine. So you have to be really motivated to want to do it. And you can get some level of success at it. But it can't be something that you don't really care about that much unless some of those people, God allows them to do that for some reason. They didn't have to work very hard at it and they just got to do it. I don't know who. I don't do that. That is not possible for me. Unless it was like one of the Ronald McDonald video things where it was like a few days work and it was really more of the work that I had done for so long, but it was just something that happened to go really good. So I don't know. Depending on how you look at it, I don't know. But my stuff didn't go that big. Those celebrities might have 100 billion views, 100 billion views, 100 billion views. Some of them. This one does. Justin Bieber. I think he is the #1 YouTube channel. Or top 10. He might have 1 trillion views. I don't know. God could take his life at any time. He could take my life at any time. I don't have to worry about this anymore. And I have to make a video like this and to finally get to talk to people when I feel happy instead of having to work at a video is my only way to socialize. You get so little in return. But maybe it works out okay in some ways that, I haven't had to have a regular job for a while, but man, it was 2019. Man, wow, did 2019 have me worried for my life. On more than one occasion, I had to work so hard. At home repair is what the actual work was, and hiring some other people. So it's kind of like, I don't know. I had to get somebody to put the So, yeah, no. It's wrong to show off things that you think have value unless you're using it as production value to help a production or to get more views to work at something. But maybe that, in some ways, trying to show production value, like an expensive drum set or something like that, maybe that's even wrong. But I don't know. I do know about God and Jesus. I know about God and Jesus. So I'd have to think about that one more. And I can really find the answers in the Bible to whether or not something was sinful. I could get pretty I don't know, but God judges all that sin. He knows what's right and wrong more than anyone. God. Jesus knows too. That's what it's really about. I can't. I guess I gotta go. I guess I got to go. Unless some miracle I get to work at a video that gets what it deserves in return, which is, I think, pretty good for having the most thorough video there is on all of the Christian Republicans of and liberals, all the Christian celebrities of today. This is the most thorough list, I believe, if I get this right, if I'm allowed to work on it. I keep clicking on my face right here. I don't know what the heck why it's doing that. Okay, there. Okay. I can talk about these people, born again Christians. We cover these. Yeah, that one. Not all. I don't know about all of them. Tom Hanks. Yep, we mentioned him. Nicole Kidman too. Wow. In addition to Keith Urban, her adultery committing Nicole Kidman, who married Tom Hanks, and because she was already married, anyone else who she marries is considered adultery. any other man she's with, according to the Bible, unless there was a case of infidelity and sexual immorality on Tom Cruise's part that caused the divorce. Then, well, it depends, but you know, we're all like fornicators, sinners, a lot of us adulterers. When we lust after a woman, just thinking of a woman in our thoughts, that's lusting after a woman. That's considered being an adulterer. And I'd like to, man. So Nicole Kidman, Keith Urban, sinners, but Christian. I don't know. Chris Pratt, Jane Fonda. Chris Pratt met his first wife by he was having sex with the different women on set, the cool, most popular one at the TV show, wherever the show was he was at, whatever the heck he was actually at, having sex with all the different women that he felt like. And there's a woman there who, the blonde girl, woman who was married to before, and she was married to this kind of darker Italian looking guy, and he was like, I'm gonna marry that woman, and she divorced her husband and married him. And then, but see, I don't know the truth about that. He may be a good person. I think that was his first wife, and you know, I don't know which one of them sinned in a way as to, you know, maybe she got married to the wrong guy in her first marriage, but I can't imagine, because God puts you together with somebody He wants you to be with, but maybe that was the wrong one. I can't imagine. But he might be a good person. He might be a good person. He might be a good person, Chris Pratt. I kind of like him now because I know he believes in God and Jesus. But I don't know how he sins. I can't judge him. Anyway, that's Chris Pratt. Jane Fonda. Jane Fonda? She's another one we hadn't mentioned. Mark Wahlberg is Christian? I started thinking he was okay a few days ago when I found out his mom passed away. I was like, wow, I felt sorry for him. I felt sorry for him that his mom passed away. So I thought maybe he's a good person. I didn't think of him before that. I knew he was Marky Mark back in the 90s. I knew he did acting, but I didn't know what he was an actor in. Oh, besides Boogie Nights, which was one of our special movies when we got married, Boogie Nights, me and Danica. It had the soundtrack in it really made me cry. I used it in one of my films in our editing class, but neither of us ever did porn. Neither of us ever did porn. But Boogie Nights was a special movie. It was one of our favorites when we were married. And Carrie Underwood. Okay. Great. First word I saw out of that one, I said, okay, great. As I was changing the page, it was the only thing I could see from it. I don't know what that means. It says great, it's in the Bible. Apparently refers to more power and I don't want to comment on it. I don't know. Carrie Underwood, great. Reba McEntire. I think she's kind of okay. Chip and Joanna Gaines. I don't know who they are. I kind of recognize that guy's face. I think I've seen his face somewhere. Christian, how do I... Denzel Washington, okay, I hope he gets into heaven. He really believes in God and Jesus. I know he believes in God and Jesus. I hope he didn't sin that bad. Jackie Joyner, we saw her. Faith Hill and Tim McGraw. Ugh. Oh, man. Brad Paisley. The Rock, Dwayne Johnson. Is he really a Christian? How could he have depression? Oh, who knows? He really may have, he may have it difficult. All right. I'm going to try to not share myself on here. I'm not showing my face. That's it for that. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Here's a new one we did not talk about. Hard to imagine he'd be depressed. He has his wife and children to be there with. To be there for him. Ugh. Tim Tebow. Watching this video as we speak. No! He's a little bit scary how strong he is and stuff. Nick Jonas, one of the Jonas Brothers. They're all Kathy Lee Gifford. There are some more of them. Where's Kathy Lee Gifford? Well, she looks kind of like my parents' age, so it's a little too old to think of a woman in that way. But I'd happily marry someone and be okay with them no matter how they look. If God wants me to marry that person again, or be still married to her. Or who knows? I'm not going to kill myself. I decided not to. We're finding more Christian celebrities. Kevin Sorbo, the guy that played that Beastmaster type of person, but he played some other character not called Beastmaster. We saw Ryan Gosling, Kirk Cameron, all these. Besides Alex Kendrick, I don't know who he is. He looks like my friend, but a little older. Kevin Downs. Bruce Marciano, Eric Roberts. David A.R. White, I mentioned before. Patricia Heaton, Brian Bosworth, Chelsea Noble, Dean Cain. A lot of these are also Republican, some are not. Unless all these happen to be Republican. But I'm talking about all the ones who I mentioned in this video. Not all Republicans are Christian. Not all liberals are not Christian. There are many liberals who are Christian. People do not have to always fall into liberal or Republican. I don't really believe liberal or Republican is one thing. I'm a Christian. I believe in God and Jesus. I know that's true. I know believing in God and Jesus are
No, man, I ain't gay.
I don't know. It felt like somebody gay was watching. I got like it felt like subliminally they tried to make my penis feel a little bit good to their butt. No, man, I don't want to. No, man, I ain't gay.
I'm a big, powerful military leader now. No one can get gay in my butt.
No! Gotta get out of here. Gotta get out of here. No, it wasn't. I don't want that. Aha! Matt Damon and Ben Affleck. I think I got two more big ones, but I don't know. Big ones. Big ones, dude. Big one. I don't know who's watching this. This is who's watching it. Big ones, dude. He's actually this guy. But he's got hair. No, he's... That's Christian Bale? Shit. Mr. T. I think he's on his way to heaven. Donnie or Mark Wahlberg. Okay, I'm out of here. There's somebody on here I noticed. Oh, this guy. Omari Hardwick and Terry Crews. Apparently Terry Crews is Christian. I don't know. He's so rich and stuff. I don't know. I'm getting out of here. I don't want to suffer anymore with my body having to feel bad and be close to death feeling like it was for a month or 2 or 3. I'm tired of it. I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian. He might be. There are Saudi Arabians who are Christian. Oh, he's a Turkish actor. He is Christian. Is Terry Crews? I don't know. I guess he's Christian. I don't even want to think about aspiring to a false celebrity. I mean, a false idol. I'd rather aspire to a false celebrity who's godly and good and kind. I can't imagine somebody being a false celebrity. What the heck would that be? Is that me? False celebrity. Is Terry Crews a Christian? I don't know. I gotta get out of here, I guess. No. No. He says he is saved. He said he is saved. Thanks to him for everything. He said him in capital H-I-M. He's a known Christian, and moral vows are often seen on the silver screen. Okay. He's a known Christian. I do not aspire to be the cool Hollywood famous guy with with a really good in shape how he looks with his wife and got to be famous. You know, it's sad. He may be a good role model for some, but not a false idol. It's not what you want to try to, you know, I don't know. I better get out of here. Dennis Quaid, Christian. These are potential. Oh, well, Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan was a Christian. George Bush. Gosh, I guess George Bush maybe is better than I thought. George Bush. Their family's not that. Maybe they're okay. They've got tons of money. Oh. Oh. This would be, you know, I wonder if this would be one that who I was kind of afraid of. I didn't want to be like this guy. But he made it's funny sounding a little bit because his name is Christian. His name is actually Christian. But is he a Christian? I don't know. Is Christian Slater a Christian? Is Christian Slater Catholic? Yeah, he's a Christian, he says. I don't know. Will he get into heaven? We don't know. Was Hitler a Christian? No. He did not live God's word on earth, or God's truth on earth. He's just bad. He's in hell right now. Chuck Norris. Chuck Norris. Chuck Norris. He's Christian. I guess I'm gonna go. Chuck Norris. Mean. Chuck Norris mean. These are the kinds of things that we see about Chuck Norris in a meme. He did things that are not really possible, they say. But will he make it into heaven? Death once had a near Chuck Norris experience. Death once had a near Chuck Norris experience. That's another one that you see of him. But will he get into heaven? Will he get into heaven? Let's see. Maybe we can ask God. No. There's no fortune telling in Christianity. I don't know. This is so stupid. If by some reason Chuck Norris were ever to fight himself, he'd win. But will he get into heaven? Frightening if I had to fight him. He may be willing to sin more than I am. And if those are the ways that he was sometimes, then how can you win against people who make that their way? You lose. You let them kill you. And you spend eternity in heaven for being kind. Or they don't kill you. Or you get away from them. Or you forgive them. You know, but I don't know if he's that way or not. But with that much money and power, do you think, I don't know. He may be kind. I don't know. I don't know. But some of them are scary because he looks a little more like, I don't know. He's a wax figurine. He's like, you know, in real life, can you imagine their appearance is so important to look that way? And that's in his 70s or 60s, you know. He ages too. He cries. Chuck Norris cries. How do you zoom in on this when it's up high? Okay. He's sad. You could Photoshop his face. I don't know. Here he is. In all his glory, how much chest hair he had. He had a lot. Because people liked it. That was back when it was popular. He's probably in better shape than I was and for longer. I don't know. I'm not going to compare myself to the way he looked. Who cares? Who cares if we die? I know we care. I want to live, but I'm so tired of it. And that was not fun. I don't know. I want to keep living. I don't want to die. I just get tired of doing stuff sometimes. And oh, okay, then I rest. No. This looks kind of. I don't know. Death once had a near Chuck Norris experience. Okay, great. Get out of here, Chuck. Chuck. Hey, Chuck. Chuck. Get out of here, Chuck. Look what this says. I threw a grenade and killed 50 people. He looks like my. He looks like my cousin. He looks like my one of my relatives. I don't know why it's that. Maybe that's inappropriate. I can't really say if that's funny or not. Maybe that's something I'm not supposed to laugh at. I don't know why. It made me feel horrible. Let's look at it again. He literally threw a grenade and killed 50 people. It's terrible. Those are people you're up against sometimes. He's a Christian. You could change the meaning. No, he didn't kill anyone. He didn't kill anyone in real life. He's an actor. If he had to shoot people in some war, that's something different. He didn't kill anybody with a grenade. He made a movie about it. Chuck. Chuck. No. Okay. Aha! We're gonna add one to the list. Al Bob. Producer and actor in New York City's Potato Wolf and famous artist in New York. Also, I don't know. We just added that to be nice. Al Bob. He's on my channel. Al Bob. Potato Wolf TV show. And famous artist, and we did that to be nice. He's somebody I know who's in my videos on my channel. He's not a famous celebrity. That's not what he wants to be known for. He's kind to others. What does celebrity mean? Let's look it up. A famous person. Who knows? I don't care. I don't care if I'm famous or not. I know how to write movies. I'm good at it. I know how to make movies. I'd like to make a living at it. I don't care how famous they get, as long as it's maybe some way I can make a living at it, or have enough money and the work. You know, if I have to work at something else that I really don't like, I don't want to. Anyway. Okay. That's it. Bye. That was more than 100. That was more than 100 celebrities who are Christian. Bye. Bye. Hey. I'm gonna get out of here. Okay, bye. You can like the video if you liked it. I'll probably go be around my family, do God's work, not worried about looking good in front of a camera in a video for a while or something. Just think about other stuff that I might want to do or have to do. I'm going to take a break after this a little bit because I just did like a 3 or 4 hour long video or 2 hour long video or something like that. Okay, bye. Click like in the video, subscribe. This is John Birmingham. Bye. Oh, videos here. I'm going to put a link to videos here on how to understand the Bible and the New Testament. It tells about what every verse really means. If you've had difficulty picking up a Bible and reading and understanding it, this tells what every verse means in Matthew, starting with Matthew in the New Testament. And these videos here that I'm going to put here, not now, but later on my, John Birmingham, the New Testament, learning and understanding, something like that. I'm going to put the videos here so you can see what it really means. And I already talked about a lot of it in this video, so you may not even have to watch them, or if you want to watch them later, bye. Okay, bye.